All right, looks like it's 9 o'clock. We have everyone present for the morning session, so let's just get started and make the most use of our time. With that, I'd like to welcome everyone to our third workshop dealing with ratepayer impacts today on June 13th. Thank you all for joining us on this early morning and being willing participants. We appreciate your assistance with helping us build the record for this proceeding and really look at how we can revise our existing acquisitions framework. With that, I'll hand it off next to Kevin Trong, who will walk through some logistics of WebEx for everyone.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Next slide, please. This workshop is the third of 4 workshops, and like the others, is being conducted virtually through WebEx. All attendees have been muted, but there will be opportunities for the public to provide comments, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. Instructions will be given on how to provide public comments during those times. The chat box feature will not be used for formal comment, but is available for attendees to ask general questions. This workshop is a formal CPUC event and is being recorded and will be later posted on YouTube. Lastly, a workshop summary report will be provided by the Water Division after the workshop. Next slide, please. This slide provides some information on how to use WebEx. It shows the functions of the various icons that you might see on your screen, including the raise hand button in the middle and the chat box icon on the right. There's also a closed caption button on the left that you can use as well. Next slide, please. This is a safety message for everyone participating and tuning in today. Please check your posture regularly and take mini breaks when needed to stretch and refresh. Again, the recording of this workshop will be posted, so you can always rewatch if you missed anything. Last but not least, please make sure your path and doorways are unobstructed in case of an emergency. Okay, I am now handing the virtual mic back to Terrence.
Thanks, Kevin. I now anoint you all experts in WebEx, and hopefully you can all follow the instructions. Now, I'd like to introduce and welcome to the virtual stage our assigned commissioner to this proceeding, Commissioner Genevieve Sharoma. She's also joined by her Bagley-King partner, Commissioner Darcy Houck. And in attendance is the assigned ALJ to this proceeding, Gerald Kelly. So I'd like to hand it first to Commissioner Sharma for her opening remarks, and then Commissioner Houck.
Thank you, Terrence. Good morning, everyone. I am Genevieve Sharoma, and my pronouns are she, her. I'm pleased to be the assigned commissioner for this proceeding, and I want to welcome all to this workshop. As we re-examine the Commission's long-standing acquisitions framework, it is important to keep at the forefront of our discussion the potential rate impact of an acquisition on existing customers of the acquiring utility and the new customers. This workshop is the third workshop in a series of 4 workshops for this proceeding. Our first workshop focused on inadequately operated and maintained water systems in California and how we can incentivize the acquisitions of such systems and help achieve access to clean drinking water for all. Our second workshop focused on the valuation of water utility systems. Participants discussed their experiences and shared their viewpoints on how the Commission should address water rights and the valuation of water systems. Today's workshop will explore how the Commission should examine ratepayer impacts when reviewing water utility acquisitions and what tests and criteria should be used, including through an environmental and social justice lens. Thank you. I look forward to the discussions. I do want to acknowledge and thank my Bagley-King partner, Commissioner Darcy Houck, and hand the microphone to her. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sharoma. Again, I'm Darcy Houck, one of the 5 commissioners, and Commissioner Sharoma's Bagley-King partner for this proceeding. I want to thank Commissioner Sharoma, her Chief of Staff, Cheryl Wynn, and her office for their leadership on this proceeding. It's a very important proceeding. The state is closely looking at issues regarding water acquisitions, and just really appreciate and want to thank Commissioner Sharoma for all of her work and dedication to this important topic. As was stated, this rulemaking examines options for development of a framework to address acquisitions of water systems by investor-owned water companies. The focus of today's workshop is on ratepayer impacts arising from consolidations and acquisitions. Topics of discussion will include gain on sales issues, environmental concerns, and social justice impacts. The information and perspective developed through the workshop, party comment, and other information is going to be included in the record of the proceeding and will allow us to develop rules that will ensure acquisitions are beneficial for all ratepayers, existing ratepayers, and the ratepayers that are part of the acquired system. So today we're going to hear from experts at UC Irvine regarding ESJ intersections with acquisitions. We'll hear from experts at UCLA about how to evaluate cost and benefits of acquisitions to customers, and presentations about best practices for ensuring transparency, affordability, and equity when acquiring systems. And then we'll also hear presentations from the California Water Association and the California Public Advocate's Office, specifically looking at ratepayer impacts. So in closing, I'd like to thank everyone for joining us today, and I especially want to recognize today's panelists and presenters for all of the time and work invested in the workshop. And I thank our Water Division staff for organizing the event. I look forward to hearing from everyone today. Again, thank Commissioner Shiroma, and we'll turn the workshop floor back over to Water Division Director Terrence Shee.
Thank you, Commissioner Houck, and thank you, Commissioner Shiroma, for both of the opening remarks. We appreciate stressing the importance of this proceeding, but also highlighting our esteemed panelists. I believe we don't need much further introduction, but I'm happy to walk through each individual speaker introduction as we bring them up to the virtual stage. First, we'll welcome Greg Pierce, co-director of the UCLA's Luskin Center for Innovation, for his morning presentation. Greg, please take the virtual mic.
All right, thanks everyone. Again, my name's Greg Pierce, co-director of the Luskin Center for Innovation within the School of Public Affairs, faculty member in urban planning, and also co-direct the UCLA Water Resources Group at UCLA. I'll be sharing, I think, for much less than 30 minutes, but some of my perspective on considerations for ratepayer impacts of acquisition, particularly based on my experience working extensively with the State Water Board, but not exclusively based on that experience. Next slide. So the questions of interest that I was directed to, I've listed on the slide here, and I guess I'll go ahead and read them since we're at the outset proceeding, but those I've bolded are what I'm particularly going to focus on. I guess I'll just read the bolded questions. In particular, how should the Commission examine ratepayer impacts when reviewing water utility acquisitions? What tests and criteria should be used, if any? And then secondly, should the impacts on existing customers of the acquiring water utility be included in the review of ratepayer impacts? More broadly, and we'll get into the question and answer time later, how should the Commission measure the benefits and costs of water utility acquisitions, particularly to ratepayers or populations affected? And then I won't talk about it too much here, but in the question and answer, should rate impacts from previous acquisitions be assessed when reviewing a proposed water utility acquisition? And if so, how? My comments here are really going to focus on out of compliance with water quality standards, non-municipal systems. I think that's where ratepayer impacts are most profound and where the state, both the State Water Board and the PUC, should be most concerned with ratepayer and broader customer population impacts. I think this is in line with some of the language in the staff white paper that says that incentives and particularly state assistance for acquiring well-maintained systems should be decreased, and the PUC and the state should be less concerned with acquisition of well-performing and particularly municipal systems by investor-owned utilities. Next slide. Again, I'm drawing here on a lot of work on affordability with the state and statewide, but also done plenty of academic work on definitions of water customer utility affordability, also energy affordability, and broader notions of household affordability. I will say off the bat, I disagree with some of our other speakers here. I don't think there's a single definition of affordability. I think folks can employ different definitions, and even some of the definitions I'll show you later, you'll see that there are multiple standards that the State Water Board employs, and I also know some of the PUC proceedings on affordability use multiple different metrics. So I think a search for a single sort of household or customer metric is misguided, and I think we need to use multiple metrics. But the work I'm showing you here was in support under contract, I should say, with the California State Water Resources Control Board, coming out of Assembly Bill 401 all the way back in 2015 around recommendations for implementation of a statewide low-income water rate assistance program. As many, if not all of you know, the state does not have a statewide water rate assistance program. The Class A regulated water investor-owned utilities, I think, well, they all offer rate assistance programs. They tend to have higher enrollment rates than publicly owned water utilities in the space, and offer more consistent, if not more robust, assistance. But enrollment rates are still fairly low compared to what we see on the energy side and compared to what we see in other major assistance programs, in part because of the lack of a state mandate and standardization around a statewide assistance program. Again, we worked on a statewide assistance program design with the state for about 5 years. This report that you see here, the cover of which you see here, was released in 2020. And there's been a bill in the legislature for the last several years under different numbers. I believe it's now SB 222 to actually implement at least the shell of a statewide affordability program. But as many of you know, last year, that bill got through the legislature and then was vetoed by the governor. So it remains to be seen what will happen with this. But I do think a statewide low-income rate assistance program is part of the equation for backing up ratepayer impacts of acquisition, among other things. Next slide. But I think when it comes to looking at ratepayer impacts from acquisition, you really, and the PUC really needs to work closely with the Water Board. This is a major theme of what I'm going to keep saying here. And again, we worked with the State Water Board, this time with the Division of Drinking Water and the new SAFER unit within the State Water Board on its first statewide drinking water needs assessment. The State Water Board is now carrying on this needs assessment work annually on its own. But really the statewide needs assessment identifies systems that are both failing to comply with water quality standards, as well as at risk of not complying with water quality standards. Across the state, it's unique. No one else does this in any other state at anywhere near the scale. And then importantly, it identifies potential solutions for either failure or severe risk that systems are facing. And one of those solutions, I would say the preferred or the primary solution modeled is around system consolidation. And I'll just say here, I suppose, that I'm using the term consolidation as synonymous with acquisition. But this really provides the basis for the potential universe of systems that could be acquired and in a sense need assistance to go into compliance, but could be acquired by other larger, better performing systems, whether they're investor-owned utilities or other types of public or quasi-public systems. And then the needs assessment also does provide an affordability assessment of particularly those systems serving fewer than 3,300 connections. And it provides metrics and reports now annually on the performance of this universe of systems with respect to a number of affordability metrics, which I'll talk about later, because I think they should be used in the context of ratepayer impacts from acquisition. Next slide. I also want to say, before we go further around acquisition, that acquisition is a limited strategy in terms of solving the issues of small, underperforming, or out of compliance systems. The first needs assessment found that I believe less than 40% of the failing or human right to water systems, and similar numbers, if not smaller, of other types of systems, including domestic wells, could potentially be physically consolidated with other systems because they just weren't close enough, essentially, to other systems. There is the potential more broadly for managerial consolidation, but managerial consolidation is, again, a more nebulous term, and takes many different forms, and it can't really be mapped in the same way that physical consolidation can and has been. Next slide. And then I do want to point you to some work that we've done more recently, not explicitly with the State Water Board, around designing water system consolidation projects, and point out that there are a lot of complexities, as I'm sure many of you are highly aware, in sort of the governance and broader sort of democratic participation accountability trade-offs one faces when one system is acquired by another. And we look at really a lot of those different trade-offs and beyond sort of ratepayer impacts of affordability in this report that you see here. We also analyzed the approximately 215 water system consolidation transitions that the state has collected information on in the last 5 years. And we tried, I'll say here, to do a follow-on project to analyze the affordability explicitly of the impact sort of pre and post the transition on ratepayers bill levels of those 200 projects with the State Water Board through a student project that just concluded. But our main conclusion from that project was essentially there's not data collected at this point that allows for any sort of analysis of pre-post bill impacts. And I think that's one part of the equation for analysis going into the future, either that information is collected through the publicly funded or supported consolidation process, through preliminary engineering reports and other sorts of assessments that are required to be done in the context of publicly supported acquisition, or through some sort of standalone survey of systems or potentially customers in both subsumed and receiving systems in the context of consolidation. But right now, we don't have a large base of information. We just have cases, and frankly, in many cases, anecdotes about pre-post consolidation affordability impacts. And I'll also say that just talking to colleagues and from my own observation, we've been surprised that given that the state of California has passed a number of laws authorizing consolidation and really supporting consolidation, prioritizing consolidation or acquisition as one of the primary solutions in the context of the SAFER program. I mean, there have been a lot of consolidations, a lot of acquisitions, but the pace of consolidations, acquisitions is still not as quick as many folks either hope for or feared. And I think a lot of that has to do around the complexities of governance and the complexity of understanding how affordability can be supported on the back end of many of these acquisitions that require quite a bit of investment in upgrading the systems that are subsumed. Next slide. So that brings me to sort of a revised framework for understanding ratepayer impacts. And I will say first from the white paper, I really appreciated the white paper, and I appreciated the transparency of the white paper in self-identifying a lot of contradictions in language and statute or in different PUC documents or proceedings around prioritization and which goals get prioritized for ratepayer impacts in the context of consolidation or acquisition, as well as self-identified contradictions in sort of how these different parts of language in statute are actually applied in case-by-case settings by ALJs and others. And I will say, the white paper doesn't present a clear path forward to resolve these contradictions or these trade-offs. But I think that's why we're here and why this proceeding is happening. And so, again, I welcome the openness this conversation. I hope some of my thoughts in the next few minutes provide some clarity, but certainly don't flesh out an entire framework to be implemented tomorrow. Next slide. And yeah, for the rest, the remainder of my slides here, I'm just fleshing out some thoughts about what a new procedural structure could look like. Again, I'm focused here on underperforming systems and really starting with the need and the premise that every regulated public water system, we have 7,000 of those, but 3,000 community water systems in California, needs to provide to its customers, to its residents, safe drinking water compliant with the Port of Cologne Act in California, but the Safe Drinking Water Act nationally. But I want to note again that I think the PUC has to work with the State Water Board because compliance on the water quality side is not primarily under the PUC's purview. It's with the State Water Board, Division of Drinking Water. And I think non-compliance with water quality standards, along with the real threat that we're now seeing of small systems in particular, coming under severe water restrictions or even running out of water, can motivate consolidation as well as potentially affordability itself, although we don't see that very often. So again, as I noted in the white paper, but I'm going to hammer home here, I think coordination efforts between the Commission and State Water Board and a stronger structure for that, even beyond what we're seeing in this proceeding, needs to happen if we're going to see investor-owned utilities in water come to the plate and consolidate more systems at a more rapid pace than what we're seeing presently, which I do think is part of the solution to addressing the human right to water in California and the goals of the SAFER program. Next slide. And yeah, I think, secondly, once it's sort of established that the system is endemically out of compliance, of course, the potential for physical consolidation needs to be assessed, as the needs assessment really already does at a high level. But then next, communities really need to be involved in the conversation around what potential solutions are. And again, consolidation is or acquisition is one of the primary solutions alongside upgrading treatment technology, centrally point of use, point of entry technology. Otherwise, it's really resorting to emergency measures and hauled or bottled water. But investor and utilities regulated by the PUC are, of course, only one of several different major system types that may be considered as potential consolidator or leading a regionalization. But in many cases, locally, again, given that physical proximity is such a large constraint on consolidation, there's only going to be usually one, but maybe a handful of larger, higher performing systems that might be evaluated for as a potential consolidator. So the community choice around what types of systems, unless it comes to managerial consolidation, is going to typically be limited. I'll say next, if it's determined that an investor-owned utility is the best, or in many cases the only option for consolidation to address the customer deficiencies in another system related to water quality or water supply, the first thing that has to happen in order for investor-owned utilities to really be interested and to be made whole is that the PUC has to settle on a purchase value and a revenue flow, through a rate structure that combines the subsumed and receiving system that allows for a reasonable rate of return to the investor-owned utility. If you don't enable that, and I think some of the language that is currently floated around regarding acquisition and consolidation doesn't fully enable that or undermines that might be possible. But if you don't enable that, there's really no reason for investor-owned utility to get involved and to go forward with being part of the solution to consolidation or acquisition. I acknowledge that there are some exceptions to that rule. There are some investor-owned utilities that may want to do this out of the goodness of their heart or have incentives to do so otherwise, locally or with the PUC. But generally, you need to enable and make clear that there's the opportunity to gain a reasonable rate of return, given the other risks, especially the legal risks and the unclear precedent for absorbing systems, especially really small underperforming systems in some of these cases. Next slide. Yeah, so if it's determined again that a system is endemically out of compliance, needs a solution, and that consolidation is that solution, and if the investor-owned utility is the best option, I will say, both on the front end and the back end, you need to make sure that water is affordable by quantitative metrics to both systems customers. I think David, and perhaps we'll talk about it later in the question and answer time, both subsumed and receiving systems customers and their impacts on their rates have to be considered explicitly. I don't really understand how just considering subsumed systems ratepayers could possibly be acceptable in this context. I think that the basic answer at a high level there is quite simple, and current lack of explicit consideration of receiving systems ratepayers is unacceptable. But to start back at the top, I think before thinking about state level assistance and backstop to ensuring affordability for both receiving systems and systems customers post acquisition or in the acquisition process, it is incumbent on the PUC to do, and the investor-owned utility in this case, to do their best to ensure that both the valuation and purchase price process and the rate structure process and ongoing the GRC process, that rates are as low as possible, allowing for a rate of return, allowing for the initial investment that needs to be made. It's likely to be quite considerable to upgrade the system. But if that's not possible, then I think it's pretty obvious or clear that state subsidies need to come in on an ongoing basis to ensure affordability for customers on the back end, either through something like a statewide assistance program that covers a much wider range of affordability impacts for ratepayers, or designated funding potentially from SAFER or through a new mechanism. I don't see how it should be ratepayer impacts and affordability should be handled simply by an investor-owned utility that absorbs the system or by the PUC itself. I'll also say that I don't think there's an exact golden rule around how long ratepayer impacts should be considered and how long affordability support should be explicitly provided. Again, in the white paper, it's pointed out in some places in language, there's a goal of there being no rate impact from a consolidation or acquisition, which is far too restrictive. And again, I think it's likely to scare off potential acquisition. But at the same time, I think 5-year guarantees around rate impacts are too short, and the time horizon for many of these investments and recouping revenue from the capital investments that need to be made to upgrade some student systems are likely to be at least a decade, if not several decades on order, and you need to likely provide support for 10 to 20 years to feasibly ensure affordability for ratepayers in the context of these acquisitions. Next slide. So here we come to what I think are potential affordability metrics that can be used and then would need to be backstopped by state assistance if one wants to say, and if the state wants to commit to, again, enabling, incentivizing consolidation or acquisition that also has a long-term, ensures long-term affordability for customers. These are the affordability indicators that are used in the Drinking Water Needs Assessment from 2023. You can go check these out online. And I do want to acknowledge again here that there's a lot of other affordability metrics that are used in academic literature. There's other affordability metrics that are used in some current, or have been discussed and are used in some form by the PUC. But I do think relying on the state water board's affordability indicators or metrics is the best way to go if there's going to be coordination and state assistance, which again, I think needs to happen in this case. Again, I don't think a single metric makes sense, but to me, the one that does make most sense is around extreme water bills and around, again, not saying that there will be no ratepayer impact from consolidation or acquisition, but ensuring against extreme impacts. And the extreme water bill metric currently measures at a modest level of consumption, I believe it's 6 CCF, whether a given system is charging more than 150% or 200% of the state average. I think that's around the level of impacts or around the level of deviation from the mean that should be considered affordability, or should be considered an affordability impact in the context of consolidations like we're discussing here. Other measures that can be used and I think should be used as secondary metrics would be around the percent of median household income, or ideally, I think as some of the PUC metrics look at, around impacts on the percentage of income that's at the 20th percentile, or potentially around hours of minimum wage. But those metrics should be subsidiary and secondary to something like an extreme water bill metric. Next slide. And yeah, this is my last slide, and I think really, to me, again, nearly all of the other questions on valuation need to be subsidiary to these three guiding steps when it comes to consolidation, acquisition, and affordability impacts for out-of-compliance systems. I do think the PUC needs to further clarify its framework for ratepayer impacts before a system can fully be set up and coordination can fully be set up to go forward and to ensure affordability. But I do think the State Water Board likely needs to lead the charge on a fund in coordination with the PUC that could actually backstop an affordability standard for ratepayers for consolidated systems that would again clarify and incentivize and ensure affordability as potential consolidations go forward. I don't think the SAFER funds, I can say independently that I don't think the SAFER funds currently, there's simply not enough of them. It's $200 million a year, and they're mostly going toward paying for the capital cost of solutions for systems, as well as to emergency water needs. SAFER funds are not going to be adequate for this purpose. They would need to either be an add-on or something supplemental, or again, a statewide assistance program that would be a broader safety net for customers, and that the State Water Board, the PUC, and other entities, advocacy groups, utilities would need to work together for legislative support that would ensure really the type of ongoing assistance that would be necessary to ensure affordability in this context and to provide a robust platform and assistance program that can ensure affordability in the context of acquisition for out-of-compliance systems. With that, I'm going to conclude. I see Terrence has come back on the screen and hand over the baton, and I look forward to questions and answers later.
Thank you, Greg. I appreciate your presentation and your highlighting of the kind of complex nature of what we deal with in affordability, and really bring to the forefront how we work with these at-risk systems or small systems that we also work in close partnership with the State Water Resources Control Board. And I would be remiss if I didn't also highlight our ongoing work together and close collaboration that we need to kind of achieve both similar missions in tackling these difficult problems with at-risk systems, the whole SAFER program, and we appreciate the coordination with their team, both on the Division of Drinking Water side and Division of Financial Assistance. I know we have some members of their respective teams in listen mode on this workshop, and we've partnered with them on past workshops, and we'll continue to partner with them on future workshops. But I'd like to welcome our next morning presenter to the virtual stage. We will have Roger Colton, Principal and Owner of Fisher, Sheehan & Colton, up next. So Roger, please come forth to the stage.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation to present today. My name is Roger Colton. I'm a Boston-based consultant for the last 40 years. I have worked on affordability issues in the energy and water and telecommunications industry. I've probably done more water affordability work in the last 4 or 5 years than I have in the last 30 or so years. My presentation is not yet up, but at this point we should go to the first slide. The next slide. Today, in the next few minutes anyway, I'd like to talk about a couple of different things. I'm going to not so much focus on quantitative standards for the Commission to apply, as I am going to focus on processes. There are 4 things that I would like to talk about. Number 1 is a focus on the pre-acquisition process. Number 2 is I'm going to talk a lot about outcomes, and I'll define outcomes in a few minutes and distinguish outcomes from activities, and I'll focus on outcomes relative to both affordability and equity. I'll then talk about transparency, and then to the extent that I haven't talked too much by then, I'm going to take just a few minutes to talk about measuring costs and benefits. What I'm not going to talk about is, perhaps it is self-evident, but I'm not going to talk about the interrelationships between the top 3 bullets, although clearly there are interrelationships that we could spend all morning and all afternoon about. But what I'd like you to imagine is that the process of acquisition that we're speaking about is a continuum. And in the continuum that I use, or that I've talked about before, there are 4 points to that continuum. The first point on the far left is a needs analysis. Why are we even talking about an acquisition in the first place? The second point is a proposal which will relate back to the needs analysis. The proposal emphasizes the fact that an acquisition or a consolidation, I'm going to use those terms coterminously or synonymously, but an acquisition is a means to an end and not an end unto itself. Presumably, an acquisition is being proposed in order to meet a need that has been identified. Number 3 will be a regulatory review. And Greg, thanks for a great presentation. I actually tend to work before commissions, and so think of regulatory reviews in terms of utility commission reviews rather than water board reviews. Your presentation introduced a new element to my way of thinking. And number 4 on the far right of the continuum is, after these first 3 steps, what have we achieved? What are the outcomes that are coming out of this acquisition? So let me go back and start with that first bullet. Next slide, please. Let's look at the process. Number 1, and I think this is where the Commission really has a critical role, maybe even the critical role. When I've worked with environmental justice groups around the country and throughout Canada, the one thing that they complain about, or they talk about the need for, on all 4 of those points of the continuum, is a need for transparency. and transparency means that there's public access to information, and there's all sorts wrapped up in all sorts of thinking wrapped up in that public access to information. The information has to be complete. It needs to be accurate. It needs to be available. And availability means that it can't come at a cost. People need to have access to the information, and it's the studies, the need analyses, the proposals, and the information that is being developed both with respect to the acquired and the acquiring entities. There needs to be access to the proposed contracts. We all know from the Atlanta privatization fiasco that when contracts are not made public and people don't know what they're getting into, that leads to issues. So the contracts between the acquired and acquiring entities need to be publicly available and publicly reviewable. And then finally, there needs to be information about long-term plans. And I appreciated Greg's comments about the rate impacts, because time after time, I've worked with utilities who have said, okay, well, in the next 2 years, the next 3 years, the next 5 years, this is what we're going to do with respect to rates, but then they have their qualified infrastructure program that automatically passes through their long-term capital costs, and there is a long-term capital planning period that has an impact on affordability. So we need to know, the commission needs to know, the public needs to know the not simply the immediate or the short-term impacts, but the long-term plans and the impact on affordability resulting from those plans. And then finally, or not finally, but next is meaningful public participation. And I would note, simply for everybody's future reference, that meaningful public participation is a term of art. If you look to the EPA, for example, the Federal Environmental Protection Agency, you'll find that meaningful public participation has defined elements to it. It includes, one, an opportunity to participate in the decision making. Number two is that participation can influence the ultimate decision. Number three is that the concerns of the public are actively taken into consideration. So it's not just a meeting or a public hearing, but there is a defined process on taking the concerns of the public into consideration. Number four is we've just had this discussion in Washington State with respect to clean energy, but it applies to water acquisitions as well. That I'll say utility, both the acquiring and the acquired entities seek out the populations that are vulnerable populations and seek to ensure that they have a voice in the process. So public participation, meaningful public participation, is not a squishy generalized term in all instances, but there are very specific elements to it. And one of those elements is to identify those people who will be most affected or perhaps most harmed. And then finally is that the public participation must come at a meaningful time. It needs to come early enough in the process that there have not been irrevocable commitments that have been made. And so the public has a voice, but that voice doesn't have any impact on what the ultimate decision is. And then ultimately, particularly if the acquired entity is a public entity, and in my mind, when I think of acquisitions and consolidations, I think of the acquisition of small systems. I do think of public systems. So there needs to be an element of seeking public approval or a public opinion, one way or the other. The next slide, please. A focus on outcomes was the second bullet that I started with. Outcomes, yeah, the notion of outcomes and distinguishing outcomes from activities is critical to everything that I talk about today. Outcomes involves looking at what you're accomplishing. Activities focuses on what you are doing. And I'm not sure who the we is, we, the California PUC, should be looking at outcomes. The acquiring and acquired entities should identify what they're going to accomplish with respect to improving the adequacy and safety of water supplies. They should identify what they're going to accomplish as to the affordability of water service and the equity of water service. Too often I've been in acquisition cases where the utility or where the acquiring entity presents a detailed plan saying, well, we're going to do A, B, C, and D over the next 5 years, but they never hook that A, B, C, and D into why they're doing it and what they hope to achieve by doing it. And I'm going to reveal my bias here. I think we should allow the utility management to manage the utility, to decide what they're going to do. Our interest is in reviewing what they accomplish through those activities. So setting an outcome involves a couple of different things. One is that you set measurable objectives. And both of those words are important, measurable and objective. You have to say, what are we going to accomplish, and that what needs to be in quantitative terms. Number two is that those objectives can't be limited by what the entity only influences, because most of the world will involve outcomes that the utility, that the acquiring entity will only influence, that they won't completely control. And then after setting those measurable objectives, there needs to be a continuous monitoring of what is versus what should be, with the what should be being the accomplishment of the objective. And when you do that continuous monitoring, you can measure the progress toward whether the outcomes have been achieved. We need to have an acquisition because of the needs analysis. Remember that far left element that I began with on the continuum that I talked about. So we're seeking to redress and address a need, a problem, and we've proposed to acquire. As a response to that need, we've achieved our regulatory approval, and now it's time to continuously monitor whether we're achieving the objectives or the outcomes that we identified. If we're not, we need to determine why not, why we aren't achieving those objectives relative to affordability, relative to safety, relative to supply, and we need to assign accountability and decide what resources need to be devoted, whether it be technological, whether it be human resources, whether it be financial resources. But the focus here is for the commission to insist that when they review an acquisition, that the acquiring entity identify what the acquiring entity has determined are going to be the outcomes of the acquisition. And after, on a post hoc basis, we can look back at those outcomes and determine whether those outcomes have in fact been achieved, and if they haven't been achieved, what the appropriate response would be. The next slide, please. Let me talk about affordability. I think that I agree with Craig, by the way, that there are multiple ways to define affordability, and I'm not going to talk about those multiple ways today because that's not the purpose of today's session. But in my mind, there are, again, I'm a process kind of guy. As you can see, there are 3 steps to be taken into consideration in looking at whether an acquiring utility is achieving the outcomes that it has made commitments to as part of the acquisition process. Number 1 is that you have to identify your low-income customers. It doesn't make any difference how you define affordable or what kind of program you've put into place to promote affordability if you don't know who your low-income customers are. And to that extent, in making that statement, to that extent, you can see that I disagree with the notion of looking at affordability as a percentage of median household income. It's not the median household income that we're interested in, it's the vulnerable populations. Number 2 is after identifying, so if you don't know who your low-income customers are, it doesn't make any difference what sort of program or support you're providing because you don't know who needs it. Number 2 is having identified your low-income customers, you need to enroll those customers in the appropriate programs. And there is a huge step which the California energy utilities seem to have mastered, but there's a huge step from identifying low-income customers to enrolling those customers in the appropriate programs. And number 3 is you have to look at the programs, and I tend to define affordability in terms of changes in payment practices. I think that there is significant research that shows that as utility bills become a higher and higher percentage of income, the payment practices of those customers with the high percentages of income declines. And the payment practices that I look at I break them down into several different areas. Number 1 is whether payments are complete. Number 2, so when a utility, an acquiring entity in this respect, looks at or sends the bill for $100, they want $100 in payments, a complete payment. They want regular payments. If they send 6 bills, they want 6 payments in response to 1 payment in response to each bill. They want regular payments. If they send a bill every month, they want a payment every month, as opposed to having somebody go for 6 months and then make a single payment, making up the entire 6 months of bills. So completeness and regularity, there are metrics by which to measure payment practices, and payment practices, I think, are indicators of affordability. As I talked about before, you need to look, or we need to look at the long-term ratepayer affordability. Too often, I've gotten into situations with utilities where the base rates that are being set appear to be affordable, but the utility has a capital investment rider, and over the long term, that capital investment rider, I tend to call them QIPs, Qualified Infrastructure Programs, drives the rates further and further up. And when I talk about affordability, I talk about both the breadth of affordability and the depth of affordability. And I want to show the next slide just to illustrate that. The breadth of affordability is how many customers have an unaffordable bill. The depth of unaffordability is how unaffordable the bill is. And the numbers in this slide don't show you, aren't the important thing. What I want you to look at is the picture. The slide shows for Baltimore, Baltimore entered into a consent decree with the EPA to clean up its CSOs to stop polluting the Chesapeake Bay, and cost them $3 billion. And this was the impact of that capital investment over time. I say look at the pictures because in this graph, yellow and red are bad and blue and green are good. And what the graph shows is the number of census tracts in Baltimore that had an unaffordable water and wastewater bill over time. And as you can see, as the capital investment resulting from this consent decree with the EPA was implemented, and as Baltimore made its capital investments, the red and yellow just exploded. The red and yellow are the zip codes where the average water burden was 10%, water and wastewater burden was 10% or higher. Yellow is 10 to 20%. Red is a zip code that had an average wastewater burden of 20% or more. And so we need to look not simply in the short term, but we need to look in the long term as well when we are reviewing the affordability commitments in acquisition proceedings. The next slide, please. I want to talk about equity for just a couple minutes. There are three different kinds of equity. I do a lot of environmental justice work around the country, and I think sometimes people get hung up talking about equity because they use terminology and they're not even really conscious of the thinking that goes into defining equity. And strangely, the notions of equity have largely been defined in school funding cases. So you need to look beyond utilities. But horizontal equity means that you are devoting an equal amount of resources to achieve a particular objective. And remember, I talked about how there was a need to require the acquiring entity to establish or to articulate the outcomes it's going to achieve. And let's say that the outcome is to improve the system, or the outcome is to achieve some level of affordability. Well, if you say, okay, we're going to give everybody X number of dollars to achieve that affordability objective, you're talking in horizontal equity terms. Everybody gets an equal amount of resources. Vertical equity means that people don't receive, and this can be on a geographic basis. Let me emphasize that it's not necessarily a household basis, but it can be a geographic basis. Vertical equity means that the amount of resources that are being provided are not equal between geographic areas or between customers, but instead that the amount of resources is explicitly varied in difference to the needs that are being served. So the notion of vertical equity says that unequal needs require unequal resources, and that's entirely okay. It's not only okay, it's preferred to horizontal equity. And then equity plus is a combination or takes the notion of vertical equity one step further. And equity plus says not only are the amounts of resources being devoted to differences in needs, but the amounts of resources are being explicitly tied to the objective that is being sought. When we talk about equity, we need to think of not only, we don't think about it in generic terms, but we need to think of it in terms of the distribution of burdens. The burdens that I think we tend to work with are the costs of acquiring a system. We need to think of it in terms of the distribution of amenities, and those are two distinctly different focuses. And there are, and you can see those in the next bullet, that the distribution of amenities may be affordable bills or customer service. The distribution of water, the distribution of burdens may be inadequate water quality, insufficient system adequacy. So when addressing those needs, remember I talked about how everything is interrelated here, and I'm trying to artificially break them apart. When we talk about those needs, we need to think of those in terms of either vertical equity or equity plus terms. And the fact is, the last one is, I want to emphasize again that tied into all this is that there is a geo-distribution that we need to talk about here. There's the famous book, The Wrong Side of the Tracks, that talks about how cities don't provide equal access to parks and sidewalks. I live on the East Coast, and we talk about unequal access to beaches. I'm going to finish with this next slide because I've talked a little bit too long here. But after this has all happened, we're moving through the continuing. We've identified the need. We've developed a proposal to respond to those needs. We've received regulatory approval of that proposal, and now we're looking at the impacts. And there simply needs to be transparency in that review. The post facto review or post hoc review of whether the commitments that have been made with respect to particular outcomes that have been identified, we need to review whether those outcomes are being achieved. And those reviews need to have public records that are available. There needs to be data collection, and we could talk forever about the data that needs to be collected, but the collectability of bills. So if you send a bill, you want to receive a payment in response to that bill. The failure to pay, if you send a bill, if you send 6 bills, you want 6 payments. You want to look at the efficacy of collections. I talk about the number of payment plans that are entered into that are actually finished. I did a case in Chicago not too long ago where the utility said, well, we enter into tens of thousands of payment plans a year. And my response was, yeah, but what you're not saying is that 80% of those payment plans fail. And the response to DNP, non-payment disconnect notices, do people actually contact the utility, or there is a very well-known research report out of the mortgage industry where people were asked, why don't you contact your financing entity when you get behind in your mortgage. And their basic response was, it wouldn't do me any good. So I know I owe the money. I know I can't afford to pay that the money I owe. So why would I ever contact them and have a meaningless conversation? And then public reporting. All of this needs to be done in trouble. And we go in my last slide. Just flip one more and then one more. Because what I've talked about is, I think, answers or response to some of the questions that were posed. Should impacts on existing customers be included? Absolutely. I agree with Greg. It's unacceptable to not do it, not include the acquiring customers. How should the commission measure benefits and costs? Well, I talk about it in terms of process rather than in terms of quantitative measurements. And then I didn't talk about ratepayers and shareholders, but I'm out of time. Thank you again for the opportunity to present.
And Roger, I know you said you may be out of time, but we do have some flexibility in our schedule, and we are still ahead of schedule. So if you'd like to go back to your slides that you passed over, please feel free to do so.
Okay,
we can continue on from there.
And I will just leave it to you to point your finger at me to say, okay, Roger, enough. So let's back up 2 slides and talk about, I think cost benefit measurements are often misused because the question with acquisitions is not do the benefits exceed the costs. The question with acquisitions is the acquisition accomplishing the objective or the outcome which was identified on the left-hand side of that continuum that I first talked about. And so the question isn't that is the benefit from achieving that objective exceeding the costs. The policy decision on whether to achieve that objective has already been made. In order to do a cost benefit analysis, it assumes a bunch of things that I think are not assumable, that you can identify the entire range of benefits, that you can dollarize and measure those costs and benefits. It's most frequently easier to identify the costs than it is to identify the benefits. Whether you can identify whether the costs and benefits are the incremental costs, the costs that or in benefits that would not have occurred in the absence of the acquisition. And finally, before I give you my my response here, is a cost benefit analysis is almost always, I say generally here, but I would even go further than that, is almost always perspective dependent. It talks about, or it depends on whether you're talking about the insider costs, the cost to the acquiring and the acquired entity, or whether you're talking about outsider costs, which pulls costs and benefits, which pulls in the perspective of the ratepayers, or whether you pull in the social costs and benefits. And I'm not suggesting that one of these is better than the other. I think all 3 of them have their role, but it's most important to understand that when you talk about a benefit cost ratio, cost benefit ratio, you're really, whether you are specifically articulating it or not, you're talking about a process that is perspective dependent. So I would suggest that rather than looking at costs and benefits, that the more appropriate mechanism to use is a cost effectiveness analysis. that ties into my earlier discussion about identifying and having specific commitments to achieving particular outcomes. And it focuses the economic analysis on the outcomes. And one thing it does is it takes into account whether you're actually achieving those outcomes. If you've identified outcomes A, B, C, and D, and you're not achieving those outcomes, then your proposal can't very well be cost effective. And it improves the before the fact transparency, because you have to identify, in order to generate a cost effectiveness analysis, you have to identify the outcomes that you're going to make commitments to achieve. And the next slide. So this all gets wrapped up into what's called the cost effectiveness plan. And what the commission should be looking for is it should look for the commitments to the outcomes that the acquiring and acquired entities have made. And then you look to see where you fall on the cost effectiveness plane. Is the acquisition less effective at achieving those identified outcomes and more expensive? Well, if that's the case, then you probably don't want to approve that acquisition. Is it less effective and less expensive than other alternatives? Well, that makes it more of a policy question for the commission. Equally, if you go up to the far right-hand, the upper right-hand corner, more effective and more expensive, well, again, that presents an issue for the commission. And what you're looking for is the more effective and less effective. But you start with the commitments to particular outcomes or measurable objectives, and then you determine, this assumes the availability of alternatives or options. You determine the cost effectiveness of the acquisition relative to your options. So if you then go to my last slide, that how should the commission measure benefits and costs of acquisitions? They should not do it through a cost benefit test. They should do it through a cost effectiveness test. Thank you. Thanks for letting me go back.
Thank you, Roger. Definitely appreciate the presentation and really talking about how the continuum operates for acquisitions. We know there's different aspects along that continuum, and we're really looking to expand and define how we view that continuum at the commission. So we appreciate your presentation, and I'll keep our workshop rolling here with our next presenter. We'll have Dr. David Feldman come up as professor from UCI and director of Water UCI. So David, please take the stage.
Well, good morning, everyone. I want to give my thanks to the commission and the commission staff for inviting me to share some remarks this morning regarding environmental and social justice considerations at the intersection of acquisitions and rate-paying issues. I want to first thank the previous presenters for an excellent overview of rate-paying issues, equity issues related to rate paying and acquisitions. The purpose of my remarks this morning and my objective is to look more broadly at some of the institutional and political contexts within which rate paying considerations are in fact embedded. And this involves issues of a variety of institutions that are involved in questions of failed water systems and preventing failures within water systems and the recovery of failed water systems. And of course, a variety of institutional players involved in actually determining what constitutes, in the view of many, equitable rate-paying considerations. In addition to the institutional context, are two other issues that I will talk about explicitly and that were alluded to by both Roger and also by Greg. And that is the issue, first of all, of vulnerable populations. Who exactly are vulnerable populations when we talk about water system failure and rate-paying equity? And thirdly, communication. That is to say, how do we ensure inclusivity by making sure that any decisions regarding rate paying and acquisition communicate concerns broadly in two directions, both from the Commission and other governmental institutions downward to ratepayers, and actually from the bottom up, which is to say from ratepayers upwards to the Commission. So I want to begin by going to my first slide. And what I want to do is to discuss a little bit about what the central problem that we deal with when we deal with failed water systems. And I want to start out by saying that one of the things that we have learned in recent years here in California is that smaller utility systems in disadvantaged and underrepresented communities face huge challenges in upgrading water supply, water delivery, and wastewater treatment infrastructure and services. And those challenges, in fact, are what often leads to water system failure in terms of water security, resilience, and safety. A common solution that has been proposed widely and that in fact has taken place is to encourage partnering with larger and better financed suppliers as one remedy, being one remedy to these failed systems problems via acquisition and consolidation. A question for the Public Utilities Commission is how should decisions in this domain proactively address ESJ action plan criteria. And as has been noted in the action plan itself, there are really three specific audiences that we want to address. One are targeting disadvantaged communities. Secondly is addressing the needs of tribal lands and tribal nations, a huge issue here in California. And as we're going to see in my presentation, an issue that has some unique characteristics, needs, and legal and institutional expectations. And thirdly, how to address low-income households and low-income census tracts. A final observation I want to make about these three specific audiences that are embedded within the ESJ action plan is the need to be sensitive to what we might call intersectionality. And that is to say that disadvantaged communities may also overlap tribal lands, which in turn may often overlap low-income households and census tracts that tend to be low income. So we need to look at these various vulnerable communities separately, certainly, and try to understand who they are and where they are. But we also have to understand that there's a tremendous amount of overlap in these three audiences. My next slide, please. So how do we address the needs of these communities? And what I suggest in response to the questions that have been posed by the Commission is to consider 5 institutional and political and behavioral considerations that I think need to go into decision-making regarding rate paying and also acquisition. And I would start with the first point, which is to anticipate possible actions before failure is incurred. Oftentimes, the Commission is burdened, and in fact, advice and guidance is sought when a system has actually failed. And a legitimate question to ask is whether or not failure can be anticipated or to some extent predicted. And that's an issue that we're going to explore momentarily. And in fact, there is evidence that we can at least anticipate the likelihood or the probability of failure. And if we can do that, anticipating what we can do to avert failure ahead of time is something that we need to think about. In addition, here in California, we have something called local area formation commissions, or LAFCOs, which have often been involved in issues of consolidation and acquisition of some water agencies. LAFCO guidance, as I'm going to talk about, can provide some input and insights into what we might call more as opposed to less equitable collaboration considerations. By no means is it perfect. There would need to be some legislative guidance and reform in this area, but it's certainly a set of experiences that could be very useful for guiding both ratepayer considerations and acquisition and consolidation considerations. Thirdly, enhancing consultation with tribal nations. As we're going to see momentarily, tribal nations are really quite independent entities in many respects, but independent entities whose interests and needs have not often been encompassed appropriately by a number of decision-making entities within California's water constellation. So how to enhance consultation is a very important consideration, and a special community with special vulnerabilities. Fourth is to support water agency efforts to become more diverse and inclusive. I appreciated Roger's comments on understanding participation and basically enhancing and empowering communities of interest. And one of the things that we too often overlook is the actual composition of water agencies, water agency boards, and whether or not they could become themselves more representative of the underrepresented groups comprised in their settings. And then lastly, we've heard a lot about financing options. What I want to discuss is how to confer with vulnerable communities on what those financing options are and how they might be drawn upon. The next slide, please. We've heard a lot about failed systems this morning, and I want to emphasize these two figures in a couple of respects. On the left, since 2017, through data that we have through the State Water Board and other investigations, the number of the failed water systems year to year has remained well above 300 systems. It's not increased very much, but it's not decreased very much. And so this is an ongoing, continuing concern that we have in California. And in light of many of the pressures facing water districts and underrepresented communities, this is something we're going to have to continue to be concerned with. The map on the right basically depicts where failed water systems are. Self-explanatory, failed water systems are found throughout the state, but it is notable that there are certain concentrations in certain areas of the state. Note, for example, the Central Valley, having a number of failed water systems. Also parts of the rural inland empire away from the coastal areas where we find failed systems as well. And along the coast, mostly in smaller, more rural districts and coastal zones. So there is a tendency to see clusters in where these failed systems are located and how they could be identified. Next slide, please. So I raised the question, can failure be predicted? And this is something that a lot of research has in fact begun to explore. And the basic answer is yes, there are certain indicators or warning signals, if you were, about the likelihood of failure. One of the things that we have learned in California is that smaller water systems tend to have a smaller ratepayer base. This is sort of intuitive, but nevertheless, it's extremely important. The smaller a system's rate base, the less able it is to afford water quality upgrades or to pay infrastructure costs needed to consolidate with other systems in the region. These systems face the largest struggles in delivering safe and affordable drinking water. And I would make a further point. Even if these small systems qualify for one-time grants for upgrades, they often lack, because of their small size, the sufficient technical, managerial, and financial resources to operate and maintain their systems on an ongoing basis. So when we talk about infrastructure, we're talking not only about hardware, but we're talking about the human infrastructure. And that is to say the capacity, the knowledge base, the information base, the expertise to be able to respond to the challenges that these systems are likely to face. So these are some considerations that I think need to be taken into account when we think about the likelihoods of failures, the size of a system, the size of its space, and the ability to provide the technical, managerial, and financial resources to take actions that would facilitate improvements. Next slide, please. I mentioned earlier the importance of local area formation commissions and their experience in helping us understand some of the alternatives that we might be able to draw upon for improving equity and environmental and social justice in both rate-paying issues and in acquisition and consolidation issues. Under California law, LAFCOs regulate the boundaries of special districts, and they determine if water companies, among other entities, comply with the Safe Drinking Water Act. And we know they may disapprove annexations to a city or a special district of territories served by mutual water companies. We know that urban suppliers providing more than 3,000 acre-feet of water a year must ensure a level of reliability and service sufficient to meet customer needs during normal as well as dry years. And this is certainly an important consideration because what it suggests is that LAFCOs also have a special role to play in those systems facing, as most systems in California are or will be facing, challenges due to extended periods of intense drought and water shortages. If consolidation is sought, consideration must be paid to ensuring that water district boundary changes do not cause equity conflicts or what we've already heard this morning with respect to ratepayer burdens, which, as we know, can be defined in many different and sometimes conflicting ways. So what role do LAFCOs play that might be important for considerations of environmental and social justice concerns with respect to rate paying and consolidation and acquisitions? And research that my center has done into LAFCOs and their role in these issues suggests that they are well positioned to act intelligently on annexations, extensions of service, detachments, formations, and other organizational changes. However, it's also true that legislative reforms may be needed to ensure a consistent intervention across the board. And while this is not something that the Public Utility Commission can do on its own, it is something I think we need to be aware of long-term as we continue to plan and to continue to take bona fide actions to address the needs and the interests of underrepresented communities in light of ratepayer impacts and acquisition and consolidation issues. I'd like to go to the next slide, please. I want to talk about a couple of instructive actions by local area formation commissions that I think are illuminating and instructive regarding what LAFCO actions can shed light upon with respect to ratepayer considerations and annexation, acquisition, and consolidation issues. I want to focus on a couple of cases that have occurred in recent years in California. These cases are not all extensive or all inclusive, but they are, I believe, illuminating because they can instruct us on some of the issues that are likely to arise with respect to considerations of consolidation and acquisition. And I'll start with the case of Butte County. There was a LAFCO review that was requested by the Oroville Region Water Service study. It was requested by the City Council of Oroville in Northern California. And what the LAFCO did was to compare the costs of California water costs and operations with those of the South Feather Water and Power Agency and the Thermalito Water and Sewer District. The idea here was to compare whether or not there would be certain savings and benefits to ratepayers as opposed to increased burdens or costs that were not properly captured. And the conclusion of the LAFCO in this case was that California Water's Oroville service area is well managed and well operated. And the actual cost to produce and deliver water into the South Feather system would be very similar to the actual cost for Cal Water to produce and deliver water into the system. So here we had an exercise where the LAFCO was able to do a sort of a comparative study of cost effectiveness, and thus to render a decision that could illuminate questions of whether and where and how to join into a larger entity. In 2020, there was an analysis performed by LAFCO, proposals by the Fallbrook and Rainbow Water Districts. These are in Southern California, in regions east of San Diego County. And the question was whether or not these smaller districts should leave the San Diego County Water Authority and allow themselves to be annexed into the Eastern Municipal Water District in Riverside County. Would this recover costs for water ratepayers in San Diego County? Would it reduce the county's voting power? Would it decrease water supply reliability for farms as well as urban residents in these communities? And the conclusion of the LAFCO in this case is basically more tentative. Until these concerns are addressed, the LAFCO would not endorse an annexation proposal. So here we have a case in which LAFCOs can provide the useful service of providing a further level of review and examination, independent review and assessment as to what would be in fact the cost effectiveness and equity consideration gains, as well as costs of changing a decision. Next slide, please. I want to talk about tribal issues, and I want to spend a little bit of time on this issue because it's extremely important in California. And I want to start with some legacy issues. The map on the right shows tribal lands throughout the Southwest, including California. A little historical information can go a long way. The displacement of tribes by settlers who sanctioned diverting water from streams for farming, livestock, and domestic needs hastened a legacy of exclusion of tribal nations from water decision-making. And that legacy still largely remains today in a lot of ways, as we'll see in a moment. Between 1855 and 1892, there were several treaties negotiated between the federal government and tribal nations to basically relinquish traditional lands in exchange for the promise that there would be water provided, and of course protection of reservations. Now, it's important to note that subsequent to these treaties, these various agreements, water systems are public systems located on tribal lands and actually serving a federally recognized tribe. As such, they are regulated under tribal sovereign authority in partnership with the United States Environmental Protection Agency, and not, as is often commonly thought, by the state of California. Nevertheless, because water issues are obviously embedded in a variety of water agencies, and there is a need and has been a need for organizations, entities such as the State Water Resources Control Board and the Department of Water Resources to prescribe specific consultation and coordination methods for tribal nations that are appropriate given the special status the tribal nations have. And what I want to suggest is that rather than reinventing the wheel, it's important in considering environmental and social justice issues with respect to rate paying, consolidation, and acquisition, that the methods that have been prescribed by the State Water Resources Control Board and the Water Resources Department are also appropriate methods for the Public Utilities Commission to engage in when in fact engaging in discussions with tribal nations on their specific issues, concerns, and vulnerabilities with respect to rate paying and consolidation. So how do we enhance tribal consultation? What are some rules of thumb that can be adopted, should be adopted? Some of these have already been adopted by the Public Utilities Commission. Some may need to be enhanced or revisited. And I would start with using multiple sources to identify tribes impacted by cultural and historical issues pertinent to consolidation and acquisition. Tribal nations are individual ethnic groups and must be and should be respected as such. Thus, when we talk about consolidation and acquisition, consideration has to be given to specific cultural and historical issues that oftentimes might be inadvertently disregarded when you talk about consolidating water districts. Obviously, you should also confer with tribal designated leaders to assess potential problems. And I might add that in assessing those potential problems, also assessing problems before they arise, which is to say, conferring with tribal designated leaders on an ongoing basis, particularly in those areas, as noted before, where you have small ratepayer bases. Also, a fourth point, which I think is extremely important, is to draw on tribal ecological knowledge about the impacts of consolidation and acquisition. It has long been known and recognized that tribal nations have a unique ecological knowledge that goes back generations, and that is based in experiences that are unique to the tribal nations and that are often very imperfectly captured by Western European sort of legal frameworks that are designed to encompass what we think we know about ecological problems and issues. And so it's very important to draw on that ecological knowledge and to respect it and to consider it to be vitally important in decision making. Along those lines, a fifth point is to help preserve tribal rights and provide for sustainable management of California's sacred waters. These waters may be threatened by acquisition and consolidation decisions, particularly if they are to become sources of drinking water or receiving waters for treated wastewater. So again, this dovetails with the previous point about drawing on tribal ecological knowledge. And lastly, we need to explicitly acknowledge that tribal concerns are distinctive issues with regards to acquisition and consolidation, and not simply another cumulative set of considerations. Next slide, please. Okay, so we've talked about enhancing tribal consultation. And I've gone through these points, so let us go on to the next slide, please. The next slide after this, please. Thank you. I want to talk some about increasing diversity and representation. This is an extremely important issue that is often, again, overlooked when we talk about ratepayer equity issues and acquisition and consolidation. We need to support the recruitment of underrepresented groups to serve on water agency boards and other appropriate governance bodies. Programs to recruit, train, and fund the electoral campaigns of underrepresented groups could help alter the political landscape by which crucial water decisions are made. It may also help forestall some of the failures that I alluded to previously. The Association of California Water Agencies, for example, has initiated a working committee to foster greater diversity and in the water workforce and among organizational leadership. And other minority-focused groups have been actively pursuing this objective as well, such as Water Education for Latino Leaders, or WELL for short, and the African American Water Education Association. I have more to say about this at the end, but basically I would encourage the Public Utilities Commission to confer with these groups and to learn from them and to help their efforts to encourage greater diversity and representation on water agency boards. Next slide, please. I want to talk a little bit about affordability as a justice challenge. We've heard a great deal about affordability this morning already. I want to mention the fact that minority and underrepresented communities face special challenges with regard to debt financing and overall rate setting decisions. The State Water Board estimates that fully a fifth of the state's water systems, representing about 18% of its residents, have water rates that are unaffordable for basic needs, for cooking, washing, and drinking, and other potable needs. So again, we do need to recognize that there are definitely vulnerable populations within the state, and affordability is a real challenge for certain groups. Some 34% of all households earning less than 200% of the federal poverty level are potentially in need of rate assistance. And again, the population base in small systems, together with lower average incomes, leads to insufficient revenue and can limit the ability of the staffs to conduct necessary upgrade studies or to require expertise to complete funding applications. And one issue, and I want to briefly touch upon this, is that in unsafe and in substandard systems, there is a high use of bottled water. It's a common practice, and this usage has several environmental and social justice implications, which have not yet been touched upon this morning, and I want to address right now. If we could go on to the next slide, please. Bottled water, it's an issue of great controversy. Obviously, when disaster forestalls a community, bottled water is an option that has to be looked at realistically. Consider that there have been a number of studies, including studies that we've done in my center, on bottled water in minority populations. In California, some 55% of Latinos regularly drink bottled water as their regular source of drinking water. The average cost, we know, is huge as compared to tap water, as the slide indicates, by many orders of magnitude. And nationally, there have been studies that have shown that Latino households spend about $2 more a month on bottled water than non-Latinos, yet their median income is 24% below the national average. And lastly, many recent immigrants to the United States distrust tap water, and marketing strategies by vendors often exploit differences in beliefs and perceptions about water and water safety. Let me go on to the next slide, please. The last thing I want to say about bottled water has to do with this issue of vulnerability, which I touched upon earlier. There have been some excellent studies on the health and environmental and social justice implications of bottled water on public health. Underserved Latinos and African American children are 3 times more likely to drink bottled water than are whites. Underrepresented groups are more likely to exclusively give bottled water to their children. And studies show that there can be elevated bacterial counts in bottled water and an association between bottled water use and the risk of acute diarrheal illness in children. And lastly, the use of bottled water in place of tap water may lead to inadequate fluoride intake for children, with implications for oral health. So when we talk about the use of bottled water as a regular likelihood in systems that have substandard public water supplies, or in emergency situations where failed systems actually have to be replaced for some period of time, these considerations should definitely be taken into account. Next slide, please. I want to move toward the end of my presentation, and I want to say a little bit about innovative funding solutions over and above that, which our previous speakers have noted. Various financing options are available to assist low-income communities with failed or near-failing systems. Some issues germane to the CPUC include the fact that safe and affordable funding for equity and resilience and safe drinking water funds. The goals are to help water systems provide an adequate and affordable supply of safe drinking water. SAFER, we know, pairs funds from the Safe Drinking Water Fund and other systems, other sources. And it's important to note that funds can be used for system consolidation considerations. As we know, the amount of money available is not huge, but targeting some of the use of that innovative funding for system consolidation questions might be something that should be seriously considered as those situations arise. Next slide, please. So I want to talk just a little bit about some other funding sources and their equity issues that have not been heavily discussed this morning. We know that there are some other funding equity issues. Drinking water state revolving funds, for example, are prioritized for projects that address serious human health risks and the compliance with Safe Drinking Water Act requirements, and to assist public water systems in small disadvantaged communities. So again, communicating with failed or near failing systems about the availability of these funds are important. And lastly, debt financing. We often talk about debt financing as a means of financing the upgrades of these failed or potentially failed systems. Again, it's important to note that larger public water utilities have the legal authority to issue debt, and an almost guaranteed return and tax-free nature of municipal bonds makes them attractive for certain investors. This may not be as true for smaller agencies needing to raise large amounts of capital and who are reluctant to rate shock their consumers. Last slide, please. So I want to close with this summary, and I want to suggest some guidance for the Utilities Commission. And I would start with to continue to collaborating with groups dedicated to the recruitment of minorities on local water agency boards, to monitor and encourage efforts by local agencies and underrepresented communities to utilize LAFCOs as means of achieving environmental and social justice objectives, engage with communities exploring options such as XB 200 to understand the processes and the procedures for effective access, to be mindful of vulnerable systems resource, staff, training, and technical expertise needs and shortcomings when entering into acquisition and consolidation decisions, and lastly, explicitly incorporate tribal concerns over health, safety, and welfare into acquisition and consolidation cases by enhancing intergovernmental cooperation between tribes and neighboring agencies, and providing technical assistance grants targeted to failed systems on tribal lands. Thank you.
Thank you, David. We appreciate you touching on how we need to educate customers, but also engage on these vulnerable communities of what we deal with on a day-to-day, especially with tackling the difficult process of water utility acquisitions. I also appreciate your footnote of our PUC travel consultation policy, and also want to highlight the important work we do here at the PUC, which is a totally separate proceeding, and it's an open proceeding, so I won't touch on it too much, but we appreciate Commissioner Houck's lead with the tribal rulemaking R.22-04-003, where we're revisiting the Commission's tribal policies, and with the support of Commissioner Shroma and our tribal advisor, Ken Holbrook. Engaging these tribal consultations we see as a crucial part of the necessary community involvement and really going headfirst into these communities. So it's definitely a commission-wide effort. But with that, we are wrapping up our morning presentations, and I'd like to give everyone a 10-minute break so that everyone can return at about 11. We'll continue on with our Q&A session. Thank you, everyone, for holding on so far. All right, I see that it's now 11. I'd like to bring everyone back to our virtual workshop and first start with any questions from our commissioners to the morning panelists. First, we can have Commissioner Shiroma, followed by Commissioner Houck. We will have those questions first before we proceed to moderated questions from our Water Division team, and then separate questions and comments from the respective parties that we have on the panelists. So, Commissioner Shiroma, please go ahead, or Commissioner Houck.
Thank you, Terrence. I suppose not so much of a series of questions, but just a appreciation for our three speakers this morning. Very, very insightful, including a focus on what is the outcome that we want, and then to frame and establish our protocols and procedures in around having a clear understanding of the outcome. And I also very much appreciate the very important reminder, as you outlined, Terrence, of the tribal lands, our tribal consultation policy, and the need for technical assistance grants, which we have folded into other proceedings, and on the energy, more or less on the energy side of things within the CPUC. But before our last speaker, Professor Feldman, is very insightful about the use of bottled water. And I wonder, has anyone done an assessment on not only bacteria, non-fluoride, but also BPA, the impacts of BPA on children?
There has been some work that's begun to be done over the past half decade or so. A number of schools of public health have begun to look at the impacts of BPA on children's health as well as adult health. Unfortunately, and I'm not a public health expert, but having reviewed a number of these studies, unfortunately, it seems like the results are still a little uncertain at the time, largely for two reasons. One is because the source of BPA that children are being exposed to, as well as adults, may come from bottled water, and it may come from other sources of plastic in the environment or other sources of BPA, that is to say. And secondly, the dose response issues, which are very important in doing health risk assessments, are still sort of lagging because there's been no categoric or very little categoric proof of how BPA has actually injured children's health. Circumstantially, it certainly seems likely, and in the long run, the results may emerge later, much later than they have thus far, but there are some ongoing studies.
Thank you. We'll see if Commissioner Houck has any questions.
Yes, I wanted to just touch base. I know that the State Water Board's been doing a lot of work with consolidations. We've got state legislation, and we're also obviously particularly concerned about the human right to water and making sure at-risk systems can provide safe, reliable drinking water for vulnerable populations. Can you talk a little bit about any recommendations on how the Commission can coordinate both with the Water Board and local entities, particularly in looking at how we identify the most vulnerable populations, as well as looking at how we define affordability? I know that the Water Board has looked at this issue. We've had our own proceeding that looks at metrics that we've taken a close look at, and any recommendations just on how to ensure that we're coordinating and working to make sure that our policies and procedures are going to be protecting those most popular populations.
I think I would start by saying that and this also picks up on some comments that Roger and Greg also made, it's important to recognize that not all ratepayer impacts are the same and not all ratepayers are the same. So one of the things that's very important to take into consideration in conversations with the State Water Board in particular, as well as with the Department of Water Resources, is where do we see disconnects, severe disconnects between the level of rates charged and the ability of people to pay in specific areas. And I think one source of consultation here would be to consider the combination of findings by the State Water Board in particular, and to some extent by the Department of Water Resources on information such as defaults on being able to pay your bill. To what extent do you have a high rate of individuals that have basically asked for deferral of being able to pay their water bills because of the affordability issue, and also looking at the rates relative to the average income within an area. It's very important, and it ties into something that Roger said, Greg alluded to, and that is that there's no hard and fast rule for what constitutes affordability. So I would start with that. I would say that there needs to be better data. And I think in conferring with the other entities, in particular the State Water Board, is to basically engage in conversations on those districts that are either failing or on the verge of failure, basically convening experts from these other agencies and actually drawing upon their expertise on those specific issues that they can bring to the table that would help in annexation and rate paying decisions. And those would be things like, what is the imminence of failure? What is the specific infrastructural, whether it be a human infrastructure or a built infrastructure problem that's happening? And what problems with respect to contaminants of concern or other issues of failure have actually arisen. So I think it's a combination of gathering information and convening those specialists that can actually help in providing an abundant body of information to help the commission make the most optimal decisions.
And Greg, can you please touch on that too as well? I know you touched on your presentation of that close coordination with the water board as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say this is part of that coordination, but it needs to go further. And I guess I'm not sure exactly what has been done at the staff level, but I would start with taking the large list of systems that have already been identified as failing or at risk of failing by the State Water Board. It's in the hundreds of systems, and simply looking at those that are proximate to an existing investor-owned utility, and focusing, if that hasn't been done already, and focusing on the sort of consolidation acquisition potential, physical consolidation acquisition potential. That's probably already going to be too many systems, an overwhelming number of systems to address, but like narrow down the field and then look specifically at what could be done in those cases if it hasn't been done already, and form, a close coordination around a narrower set from that set that could be investor-owned utilities could really help with. Because again, in most cases, there's not a lot of nearby systems that can be the potential receiving system for small, mostly rural, underperforming systems. And then on the affordability metrics end, I think I agree with what David and Roger have both said, certainly that there's no one metric that works, and also with Roger that I don't prefer the MHI metric, but it does have some salience and is used some path dependency in state and federal decision-making already. But I would strongly recommend that you use one of many metrics that's already been developed and in some, to some degree used by the state board, the PUC. There's already too many metrics. I would say you want to select among the few, and again, I really commit to supporting the realization of the metrics rather than just tracking them. I think that's what's important here, is not just coming up with, I mean, to me, God forbid, a new list of metrics, but picking the metrics and then saying, we're going to actually support the realization of achievement of this metric for certain ratepayers and systems that are consolidated. But you already have enough metrics to choose from. The data's there. I should note, there's other metrics actually from a WEHA that you could use. So again, none are perfect, but I would choose 2 or 3 among the dozens now that we have.
No, thank you. I appreciate the feedback.
Thank you, Commissioner Houck, and thank you, Commissioner Sherwood, for your questions. I'd like to move on to our next session of the workshop, which will be a moderated panel discussion, and I'll hand it over to Mari Jahawi from our moderated review team to lead that.
Thank you, Terrence. Hello, everyone. I hope you had a refreshing break. Now we will begin with the morning session questions. This is where we ask the panelists specific questions based on their area of expertise. There's a total of 5 questions that I will be reading and handing off to a specific panelist to answer. Please be cognizant that you'll have about 7 minutes to articulate a response. I will give you a heads up when you're down to the last minute to conclude your remarks. With that, I'd like to open the floor for questions. Our first question is directed to Dr. Feldman. Given your expertise in the area of environmental and social justice, I'd like to hear your perspective on how should ratepayer impacts be examined when reviewing an acquisition.
Well, thank you for that question. I would begin by saying that in examining the impacts, I think one wants to take a holistic approach, which is to say, what is the totality of impacts, not only from a financial standpoint, but from the standpoint of the actual repair of the failed system. That is, to what extent will changes in ratepayer rates and what impacts need to be encompassed in considering an acquisition upon actually fixing the problem. And that's where I would start. I would start with what is required to fix the problem and whether or not that impact is being satisfactorily addressed through the acquisition process. I would add to that a couple of additional points in terms of this holistic approach. As I alluded to before, not all underrepresented groups are the same, nor do they have the same vulnerabilities. And so in considering ratepayer impacts, it's important to understand the relative as well as the absolute impacts on ratepayers with respect to the percentage of, for example, the percentage of their monthly income that's being spent on their water bills, evidence that in fact there have been challenges in being able to pay their water bills through requests to have their payments deferred and so forth. Those are records that should be made available to commission staff when they're investigating this issue and examining ratepayer impacts. And I think lastly, in terms of this holistic approach, is again considering whether or not the impacts to actual solving the problem are being addressed through an acquisition. You have different kinds of failures in water systems. You have failures in terms of water quality. You have failures with respect to reliable and resilient water supply. And you also have failures that have some combination of those two things. So in looking at the impacts, you want to consider how will an acquisition decision impact the ratepayers from the standpoint of comparative gains or benefits of the acquisition to actually addressing those problems. And then I would add a couple of other points outside of this holistic analysis, and these would be sort of basic environmental and social justice criteria that I think need to be entertained. The first of those would be making sure that all ratepayers, including those in the acquired district as well as existing district, have a voice in ratepayer decisions that's commensurate with their representation in what would be the newly expanded district. And that may require some consideration of how boards are selected, the districts that are represented within those boards, how officials are elected, and whether or not they represent all of the relevant voices in that district. So that's a very important thing. And then a couple of other points. Again, ratepayer impacts in terms of making sure that there are sufficient technical, managerial, and financial resources in the long term to operate and maintain the systems so that they do not fail again. And I think this is something that is too easy to overlook. We're not looking for a Band-Aid, we're looking at a permanent solution so that we do not need to revisit this problem. And then the last point I would make in my 7 minutes is something I mentioned with respect to tribal nations in particular. And that is to make sure that when ratepayer impacts are examined, they take into account specific tribal, ecological, and social justice knowledge about the impacts of consolidation and acquisition. The impact on sacred waters, both receiving waters for wastewater and for water supply, and in fact how cultural amenities are being affected by decisions with respect to acquisition, consolidation, and rate paying. Again, it gets back to my last point, which is not all ratepayer impacts are equal. Not all communities affected by ES&J issues are the same. So be mindful of the unique differences and contrasts among various communities, with special regard, as I say, to the impacts and the considerations of tribal nations, which have historically been too often left out of these considerations. I will stop there.
Thank you, Dr. Feldman, for sharing your insights on that question. Our next question is directed to Roger Colton. It goes as follows. How could analysis of ratepayer impacts be standardized or become more consistent in acquisitions? Over to you, Roger.
Thank you. I have a list of 6 areas where I think standardization would be helpful. And remember that I tend to work for the CPUC offices, so I work from a regulatory perspective. Number 1 is I think that every acquisition or consolidation proceeding should start out with a set of standardized data requests from the commission, just like we have standardized data requests in utility rate cases. The commission should articulate, at a minimum, we want responses to the following 27 questions, or whatever it is, however many questions there are. Number 2 is I think there need to be a set of standardized definitions. And a lot of the work I do, if not most of the work I do, has to do with low income and vulnerable populations. And I think that too often the notion of a vulnerable population is viewed as a political question. And I think it shouldn't be viewed as a political question. I think that there are ways to define the vulnerable populations that the commission wants to look at, or the highly impacted communities that the commission wants to look at. And I think the commission should define up front that this is what we're looking at, or this is what we mean when we say that we want you to make a demonstration to us. Number 3 is I think that there needs to be a standardized identification of outcomes that the commission wants to consider in any consolidation or acquisition. And I don't think that the outcomes need to be the same for every acquisition, but I think the commission should identify the universe of outcomes that it wants an acquiring entity to address. And the acquiring entity may well say, this is not applicable to our particular situation, but the commission should identify that we want you to address affordability, we want you to address safety, we want you to address adequacy, and we want you to identify the outcomes that you're seeking to achieve with each of those topics. Number 4 is I think the commission should identify a standardized outcome monitoring and outcome reporting. So the commission or the commission staff is not out of the loop once an acquisition decision has been rendered or tendered. Does one tender a decision? But that over time, we've heard a couple of times from both myself and others that there needs to not only be a short-term consideration, but a long-time consideration. And I think there needs to be a continuous monitoring, and the commission should define what the outcome reporting will be by the acquiring entity. Number 5 is, I think, as I talked about, there needs to be a feedback loop after the acquisition, and the commission doesn't have to define what a standard feedback loop would be, because that may well differ between entities, but the commission needs to define the standardized process of having a feedback loop, saying, here are the outcomes we expect, here's the way we're going to measure the outcomes, here's the data we're going to collect, and here's how we're going to review that data, and here's how we're going to integrate that data into our future actions. So there needs to be standard steps in that feedback loop, and the commission can and should, I believe, define or articulate what that feedback loop is going to be. And finally, I think that there needs to be a standardization of a required articulation of the logic model that underlies an acquisition. So when I say logic model, my firm has developed what we call the how-why model, where when you develop a matrix, and as you go up the matrix, you're explaining why you're doing something. As you go down, or as you go down the matrix, you explain why you're doing something. As you go up the matrix, you explain how you're going to do it. So you start out by saying, we're going to acquire a particular entity. Well, how or why are you going to do that? Well, because we want to increase investment in the system. Well, why do you want to do that? Because we want to prevent the failure of the system that would occur in the absence. And then if you flip it the other way, you're talking about how. So going one way, you talk about how you're going to accomplish the outcome. When you go the other way, you talk about why you're going to do what you're doing. And the commission doesn't need to define the logic model. That's obviously specific to each entity, but it needs to define a standardized process so it ensures that a logic model will occur. So those are the steps I would take in standardizing the process.
Thank you, Roger, for addressing the question. We appreciate your input. Now turning back to Dr. Feldman again, this question is for you. In your opinion, how important is the ratepayer impact on existing customers of the acquiring utility? You have the stage.
Yes, well, the impacts are very important. And they're very important for the following reasons. Existing ratepayers may find themselves in the situation of being asked, in effect, to subsidize the needs of the lesser resource utilities, customers, and needs. So this could be quite a considerable impact on existing ratepayers. To the extent that existing customers are in fact subsidizing the expansion of infrastructure and other improvements to benefit the newly acquired customers and their customer base, this can be an especially significant impact. And so an emphasis on the long-term benefits to all ratepayers within this expanded district needs to be stressed. That, in other words, by repairing, upgrading infrastructure, by acquiring new customers, there may be benefits down the road, but they will not be immediately felt. In fact, for the most part, for existing ratepayers, there may be more of a burden than a benefit. And along these lines, care should be taken not to reduce the voting power of existing jurisdictions or to decrease water supply to existing users because of the need to upgrade the infrastructure for the newly acquired district that is now becoming subsumed in this larger entity. That's not an easy problem to solve, and it's going to take a lot of groundwork to determine exactly how you improve one segment of this newly acquired district without doing some injury or potential harm or affecting infrastructure expenditures on the existing ratepayers. So that's something that simply needs to be monitored on an ongoing basis. If there is a general rule of thumb that I can offer with respect to the impacts on existing customers of the acquiring utility, it would be the following. The greater the degree or the severity of failure on the part of the acquired system, the more likely it is that the burdens to rectify on the part of existing ratepayers is likely to be high rather than modest or low. So those things need to be taken into account. The more severe the problems, the larger the impacts are likely to be on all ratepayers over a period of time. So some Public Utility Commission considerations on this front that I would offer. One is to be prepared to advise on the length of time that may be required on fixing the problems and addressing the needs of the acquired agency and its ratepayer needs. This may be something that will require a considerably lengthy period of time. Another consideration is to examine the feasibility of whether or not these ratepayer impacts on existing users are likely to be permanent or in fact are likely to be temporary for some period of time until the failed system's needs are addressed. And if so, what would be a reasonable expectation along those lines? So the last point I would make here is that I think the impacts are going to be significant, especially to the extent to which the degree of failure is very high or has been very significant, and that a good deal of consultation conferring and communication needs to be expected and is required on the part of all stakeholders to address the equity on ratepayer burdens.
Thank you, Dr. Feldman. Thank you. Your input has added depth to our discussion today. Thank you. Our last two questions are both for Dr. Pierce. They both revolve around the topic that you delved into during your presentation, which is the considerations for ratepayer impacts of acquisition. And I'm interested in your thoughts, to hear your thoughts on how should the benefits and costs of acquisitions be quantified, as well as how should rate impacts from previous acquisitions be assessed when reviewing a proposed acquisition. I pass the mic to you, Dr. Pierce.
Thanks, and I think I'll be fairly brief here because my previous comments did try to at least tackle the first question, and I think both David and Roger have touched on these elements as well. First, in terms of the benefits and costs for both receiving system and subsume system, ratepayers, I think we do need to quantify these benefits and costs, and I think you have to start, I mean, I always start in terms of ratepayer impacts, or I'll just say household impacts, with the three tenets of the human right to water: quality, reliability, or it's called accessibility in the language, but reliability is, I think, simpler, and affordability. But I do think you need to add governance, participatory elements, as well as considerations around potential growth. And I'll say again, in the context of consolidation, acquisition of underperforming systems, you're getting, by definition, the motivation is either quality improvement or reliability improvement. And almost always, actually, even if you're motivated by a quality improvement, you're going to get a reliability improvement. You have to start with that huge benefits to the subsume system customers of higher quality and reliability, and then try to look at costs, and usually the short-term negative impact on affordability, but also look at longer-term affordability impacts. I think, again, the quality and reliability impacts you get from an acquisition compared to the alternatives, which the State Water Board, again, has pretty comprehensively assessed for a lot of these, or for all failing and at-risk systems, are almost incommensurate. Otherwise, you're looking at folks simply relying on safe water or relying on hauled bottled water that's many multiples more expensive than the most expensive bills post-consolidation. I do think, to David's point, not only about bottled water quality, but sort of the counterfactual affordability if folks aren't consolidated, if their system isn't consolidated, needs to be taken into account. And I think, we talked pretty extensively about actual affordability metrics. I do think we have to take better count and come up with some metrics, and I think maybe both David and Roger have proposed some around governance. I think the governance and participatory impacts of a consolidation or acquisition could go either way, depending on the type of system that was subsumed and its characteristics, and then the type of system that's receiving. So there actually have to be metrics there to analyze. But I think the biggest problem is actually not the quantification of benefits in the state process or even to systems, but the communication to customers or residents of both receiving systems and subsume systems, particularly subsume systems, even in many cases where their system is clearly underperforming, out of compliance. We do find customers or households aren't necessarily interested in consolidation and don't fully see the benefits, don't fully see how much burden is being placed on them by the poor quality water and by the amount of expenditure they're making on bottled water. So that needs to be better communicated, and the long-term benefits of affordability also need to be measured, even if the short-term impact is negative. And I think that brings me to the last question. How should rate impacts from previous acquisitions be assessed when reviewing a proposed acquisition? And my answer is fairly simple and short. I think it'd be great for that to be done. We currently don't have the data, as I noted. We don't really have affordability pre and post bill impact data on existing or recent acquisitions. And acquisitions still are at a pace where even if we had that data, it wouldn't necessarily be a large enough sample, given every acquisition is different and motivated by different factors, to really parse out like statistically significant factors that we could use to be predictive about future rate impacts from past rate impacts. And I would note, you know, the regulatory environment's changed. There's new laws, there's new funding that would presumably affect the price of and the way that acquisitions are done and the way that the ultimate burden on ratepayers is placed into the future. But I absolutely recommend, and I think Roger noted, you know, a process maybe that's initiated by the PUC, or a process I think should be more broadly initiated by the Water Board to collect data at the outset of the process all the way through the process on bill levels, rate structure, revenue requirements that could lead to collecting enough data to then analyze cost and bill impacts of consolidations to then predict into the future. But I think the state would need to collect 5, if not 10 years of data to possibly have a database good enough to start predicting ratepayer impacts from consolidations or acquisitions. And again, I would say in some sense, that would be great, that would be informative. But regardless, the state is near, if not already at, sort of at least verbalizing a mandate that water needs to be affordable for all and has existing metrics to measure that. Those metrics need to be met regardless of sort of the past of how acquisitions have impacted rates. And looking at the future, we need to support the realization of these metrics regardless of the cost. And I know that's not something people like to hear, and that's hard to do. But that's what we're saying we're trying to do, and we need to establish a framework and public support systems to do that. And I think I'll end there.
Thank you, Dr. Pierce, for shedding light and expanding on this topic. We really value your input. With that, this concludes our morning session questions. Now we will move on to questions and comments from participating parties. I would like to hand over the floor to Kevin Trong, who will be running this section and going over the ground rules. Kevin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Marty. Next slide, please. Yes, thanks. Okay, so now is the time for parties to ask questions or provide comment. So let's go over the ground rules. Please use the raise hand feature on WebEx, and we will unmute you when it's your turn. Each party representative will be given about a minute to speak. And just a reminder, parties can provide written comments after the workshop. It's the workshop report is issued. Okay, with that, give some time to any party that would like to speak. All right, I see Lori, your hand raised.
Thank you. This is Lori Dolquist. I'm the attorney for California Water Association. I have a brief comment, and then I actually have a few questions for the panelists. I want to thank all of you for your time. These were incredibly informative and really, researched and detailed presentations. I would just note, I saw in here some concerns that the Commission wasn't already looking at the impact to existing customers, and I would say that applicants are required to show the incremental impact on rates for both the customers of the system to be acquired and the existing customers. So some of the panelists may not have been aware that that's already something that is required. And then I'd also note, just in the Commission's favor, that a lot of the information that the panelists suggested be tracked, including information on arrearages and disconnections, payment programs, and other things like that, has also been reported for, I think we're several years into it now, in the low-income rulemaking proceedings. So the Commission has a lot of that data should it look to implement some of the suggestions here. But I have 3 questions in all, and I guess I'll sort of go through them one by one if that's okay. The first is the question for the last speaker. Let me see, right down, Professor Feldman. on the issue of bottled water, which I thought was very helpful to hear. And I guess I'm not sure if this is captured in your data or anything you've studied, but one of the concerns is that once faith in tap water is lost, whether it's through, issues with odor, color, taste, or an actual, problem where, a boil odor or having to, buy bottled water, how is that regained is I guess my concern if customers get in the habit of buying bottled water. So I'll leave that. That's my first question.
That's an excellent question, and there has been some research done on this. What we know is that the trend tends to be if someone distrusts tap water and they begin to rely on bottled water, despite its inordinately high cost compared to tap water, is they will continue to rely upon it. And the reasons for this seem to be twofold. One is basically a sort of path dependency. Once you become acquired to it and you absorb the costs on a household level, and you're convinced that it's more healthful than tap water, which we know it is not, you just continue to maintain the use. So it has a long-term impact on the local utility in terms of the habitual use of bottled water long-term. Second observation is it tends to be, we're learning, intergenerational. If adults rely on bottled water and give bottled water to their kids and give it to their kids exclusively, their kids will get in the habit of then relying on bottled water. So it's kind of a dual impact. It's an excellent question, and it does seem to be a long-term and significant impact on water use habits.
Thank you. That's really helpful to hear, and I know it's a big concern probably for everybody on this workshop. I have a second question, and this one it was raised in the presentation by Mr. Colton, but if others have thoughts on it, I'd be interested in. I was particularly interested in your slide where it expressed concerns with using the cost-benefit analysis as the way to measure the benefit, or assess transactions, and that there were real concerns with that. And if you could elaborate a little bit on why that is not the best method, because I think it's one we often as advocates and regulators look at as sort of our initial take on it is to do that. So if you could expand on that, perhaps.
Thanks for the question. Great question. The notion of using a cost effectiveness test is based on a couple of different assumptions. Number one is that there are certain decisions that the Commission has reached as a matter of policy. Let me list the three things. Number one is that there are certain decisions the Commission has made as a matter of policy. Number two is that there are options that on how you achieve that decision. And then number three is that those options have different costs. So we've heard a lot today about preventing failure, or in the area I work is improving affordability, and those two aren't unrelated. If the Commission has said the objective is to prevent unexpected failure, then in my mind, the question of what are the costs and benefits of preventing that failure are no longer relevant. The economic question is, how do we most cost effectively achieve that objective? But then when you say, how do we most cost effectively achieve that objective, that implicitly assumes that you have different options that can be pursued, because cost effectiveness is a way to compare options. So I think that the Commission needs to articulate the set of outcomes that it wants to see achieved through acquisition, and then the economic analysis is to determine how do we most cost effectively or cost efficiently achieve those outcomes? But the question of whether to achieve the outcome, that's off the table. That question has been decided.
Thanks. That was really helpful. My last question. Oh, sorry.
I just want to agree strongly with Roger. He's better articulated something I was trying to say. And I would say that actually the State Water Board has already also modeled the cost effectiveness of relative solutions. So the part where the PUC enters in the conversation is about it's not about whether consolidation versus other options. It's about consolidation has already been deemed the most cost-effective, sustainable option. So you've narrowed it considerably, but I think Roger's articulation of how that's been done is a good way to go.
Thanks. I like it's helpful to hear that we've already kind of realized that for long-term success, consolidation is usually the best rather than a Band-Aid, a short-term. So that's very helpful. I think this went to Roger, but others may have addressed it as well, is the Class A water utilities do have low-income support programs, and we share data with the energy companies so that there's enrollment for customers who are enrolled in energy programs can get enrolled in the water programs. And I guess, how do you look at or I don't know if it's quantify or measure that benefit when you're going from a system that doesn't have that type of program that does?
Oh, wow. We could talk all afternoon about that. And again, there are two things. You can see that I'm into lists here. There are two things, two responses. Number one is, I think we need to distinguish affordability from two different perspectives. And we've already talked about this a bit today, but there's affordability from a community perspective, and then there's affordability from the household or customer perspective. And those are two really different questions. And number two is, how do you measure the benefits of doing that? Again, that's perspective dependent. From the perspective of the utility or from the perspective of the water system, I think you do that from measuring changes in payment patterns. And as I indicated before, there are a set of standard metrics that I've used: the completeness of payment, the regularity of payment, the timeliness of payment. If you're providing assistance and payment patterns aren't improving, then you're doing something wrong. And then if you look at it, you can look at it from a social perspective, and you do what Philadelphia did, which is to consider the improved stability of neighborhoods, which is how they justified their adoption of an affordable payment program. Well, I'll stop there. To summarize, two different points. One is you have to distinguish between household affordability and community affordability. And two is you need to distinguish when you're looking at benefits, you need to articulate and distinguish the perspective that you're using, whether you're using a utility perspective, an insider perspective, whether you're using a social or community perspective, or whether you're using a customer or outsider perspective.
All right. Thank you, Lori. If there are any other party representatives that would like to speak, now is the time. If not, then we can move forward with the public comments. Next slide, please. All right. Okay, so this is time for the public to provide any comments that they would like. Please use the raise hand feature, and then you have 1 minute to speak. And then I see Melody Chrislock. IT, could you unmute Melody Chrislock?
Melody, your microphone has been unlocked. Please go ahead and click on mute. Here we go.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I actually, Public Water, Melody Chrislock, representing Public Water now. We're actually a party, but somehow I guess I did not, I was raising my hand during the party preceding questions, but I didn't get called on. Anyway, my question goes to the impact of these acquisitions on existing ratepayers. That's my concern. I wonder why the gain on sale rules have not been applied to regulated water utilities. I am concerned, should California's water become a commodity that gets traded for higher and higher investor returns? In the situation with East Pasadena, it had a book value of $4 million, yet it was sold to Cal-Am for $34 million. East Pasadena realized a $30 million profit on the sale. This should be a red flag. In a quick analysis, if the commission had applied the gain on sale rule allocations, East Pasadena would have realized an $8.9 million profit on a total investment of $6.2 million. A reasonable return of 140%. Instead, this sale resulted in a 750% profit for East Pasadena owners at ratepayer expense. This hasn't been talked about yet in this session, but I want to raise this issue and hopefully will get addressed in the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Melody. I see Susan Siobhan with her hand raised.
Susan Siobhan, your mic has been unmuted.
Great discussion. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I could follow up with what Melody said about the enormous profit that is passed on to ratepayers, existing ratepayers. And I appreciate the discussion about the subsumed systems and the effects on ratepayers in general. But I want to just bring up the issue of lower middle class ratepayers in this state. We live in a state with a very high cost of living, especially where I live on the Monterey Peninsula. And while there is assistance for people that are very, very poor, especially in this state, using the dynamics of 200% of the poverty level, which is extremely low, lower middle class ratepayers here are subsidizing all over the place with very little income. Often they are seniors on fixed incomes. And I just think that should be in the equation somewhere. And if you're tracking data, that you should start looking at the fact that you're squeezing out with all of these extremely high utility rates, including PG&E and others. The lower middle class is just really bearing a huge burden from these kinds of increases. So I hope that will be part of the discussion as you go along as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Are there any other public comments? If there aren't any, I can hand the mic back to Terrence to wrap things up.
All right. Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate the questions from the public. I understand there will be ample presentations from the parties with regard to the topic of gain on sale, so we don't want to belabor our morning presenters anymore as they've provided such helpful details and insight to our complex topics of affordability, how acquisitions can really play a role in affecting these vulnerable communities. So I want to just close out our morning session by thanking our list of morning panelists. Greg, David, Roger, much appreciated, much thanks for presenting here at the PUC and giving more credence to our process and allowing we're building up our record. With that, I'd like to excuse everyone on the workshop for lunch and have us all return around 1. I would appreciate if the afternoon panelists check in a little bit earlier, around 12:45, just do an A/B check. I know Lori just did hers, but always appreciate it to smooth out any wrinkles before we start the afternoon session. But if not, I'll see everyone back here at 1 o'clock. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, I see the time is now 1 o'clock. Hopefully everyone had an enjoyable lunch, and I do see our afternoon panelists online and ready. So I'd like to get started with everyone rejoining us here. And I'll begin first by introducing Dr. Tom Chestnut, CEO of A&N Technical Services, who will be providing us another presentation on ratepayer impacts. And I see Tom live there, so please feel free to take the virtual stage.
Thank you, Terrence. I'm going to talk about the customer impacts of water utility acquisition next. In particular, through my professional career, I do a lot of, in my practice, debiasing. Let's see. So in particular, I want to speak to the first 3 questions. Ratepayer impacts, including impacts on existing customers and benefits and costs. So that will be my focus. I'll also have some thoughts that may be related to other questions, including my observation that regulatory reform is hard, especially if the reform is an improvement. So grounding that reformation process in reality will improve your odds of successful regulatory reform. Next slide, please. I'll note that Dr. Pierce is also director of the Human Right to Water Solution Laboratory. You should consider all of yourselves as potential candidates for that lab. I would love to have him study some of the effects of what you're doing, and so that you can be a part of water solutions. So what are the benefits and costs of acquisitions, and in particular, is it worth it? So there's this balancing act involved between the cost of acquisitions and the potential benefits. Next. So I'll note a key problem here is that the systems being acquired have LOS issues. That's not lots of issues. I didn't misspell it. So if you're keeping a buzzword bingo, LOS is levels of service. So I listed lots of potential ways in which the level of water service could be less than desired in the system being acquired, including imperfect billing systems, collection accounts, poor asset management, deferred renewal and replacement, which is wildly popular among small and failing systems, no water loss control program, little observable water use efficiency, low customer outreach, inefficient staffing, imperfect regulatory compliance. And all of this cannot always be perfectly assessed ahead of time, no matter how much due diligence you do. Next slide, please. So the customer cost and benefits, a key issue here is that many of these costs are direct, upfront, obvious, easy to measure, at least with more certainty, whereas many of the benefits and the potential benefits are more diffuse, difficult to measure, and there's more uncertainty there. So if you're clear on that, you can see how this would bias that weighting act, comparing the cost and the benefits of the action. So let's dial in a little more on the cost of water service. Next slide, please. This is a handy fact that the cost of water service has exceeded the general rate of inflation by a factor of more than 3 in the last couple of decades. This is due to a series of causal factors. Next slide. That include increasing cost on source water, threats to that, PFAS, if you're doing the buzzword bingo, per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, cost of conveyance, storage, treatment costs have been going up. Distribution systems have required increasingly expensive rehabilitation. Customer service expectations for that have been going up among customers, and regulatory compliance cost. Next slide, please. And let's take another look at some of the cost drivers in California, driven by the state making conservation a California way of life. There are a lot of drivers coming down the path here that a lot of these small and failing systems don't have an idea about. Next slide. So conceptually, I do want to talk about the advantage of the acquiring utility is often that they're larger size and scope. Sometimes you attempt to capture this with the notion of economies of scale, that there's lower average cost with scale. I'll note that this is my idea of a cartoon, which I'm sure my sons would agree characterizes my sense of humor. But I want to point out that it's not just economies of scale in terms of lower average cost with scale, it's also economies of scope, so lower total cost across multiple services. So if you look at the kind of services that water utilities are being asked to provide, it's not just safe drinking water. Often not all the water is consumed. It has to be disposed through a wastewater system. Recycle water programs require a lot of institutional capacity, and oftentimes they're the only way to improve reliability. Water efficiency requirements. I mentioned some of the state requirements, both on water use efficiency and water loss. Stormwater, interestingly, has been a way that water utilities have gotten funding for some of their water use efficiency programs from the water quality boards as a way to cut down urban slobber. So this is kind of stacking of some of the incentives. Next slide, please. So I see my poster from the Water Research Foundation is not showing up. This is a display issue. But there are synergies throughout the water cycle, and you'll have to look up the link. I believe the slides will be handed out after the fact, so you can look that up. Next slide, please. Looking at the levels of water service, there was a fascinating article in one of the very recent journal AWWAs on relating levels of service in water utilities to asset management, and they include metrics on maturity scale there. Details matter with developing water solutions. I think this is worth a deep dive. I included a link here. Next slide, please. And the fact that this was set in California sets us up for my case study. In terms of analytics, we can think of this as digital twins that may be similar to some of the issues you're confronting in acquisition issues in front of the board. Utility B is the one being acquired. It is a public utility. It has a very, air quotes, interesting political history, including a history of rate litigation. I include another buzzword bingo word there, a piece of jargon. And as a result of that, they've had 8 years where their water rates were completely unchanged. And given the increasing inflation over that time, that means decreasing real cost of water. And that was funded mainly through deferred cost, which is, issues accrue over time. The acquiring utility, Utility A, was also public. It noted ahead of time that there were operational synergies. I'll talk about that in a little more depth. And it was familiar with many of the deferred wastewater infrastructure deficiencies, and it was actually better situated in terms of staff and history and capability as an organization to handle those. It had a fixable rate structure, which they did with a transition period, where initially rates were held exactly as they were, and gradually there was a phase in. And there was a complementary supply portfolio. I'll speak a little more to this, but both on the groundwater side, there were groundwater resources being brought in, and then there was also a recycled water system that was constrained due to lack of storage, and that was something the utility A had built a storage facility recently come online that could handle recycled water. So I have a quote here, also from a recent journal article. Keep the mayor out of the water department. So politicization within a city can often be a way of dysfunction. This was a way of solving some of that dysfunction. Next slide, please. Some of the raw statistics going into the acquisition. So this is the before picture. It was about 20% the size of the acquiring utility, the utility B, the one being acquired. And they were next door to each other. They were moving from being governed by a 5-member city council to a special district with 5 board members at large. It did have recycled water that was constrained, especially in when it could supply water. They were similar in being reliant on imported water, which has been going up in Southern California at an amazing rate. And similarly sized collection systems on wastewater, but a whole bunch more deferred water infrastructure investment in the utility B. I will note there was about a $3.2 million capital improvement program. That's CIP. I also note AWW's support for full cost pricing, where while utilities pay for reflect the full cost of providing water and wastewater services, which should include renewal and replacement. So in areas where you're far behind, that may require some additional help. Next slide, please. So this, we're back to my cartoon. I don't hear a lot of laughter from the audience, but the utility B is towards the left, utility A is on the right. Next slide, please. That was a long run average cost curve if you're adding to your buzzword bingo. So what's the after picture? I'll note this is after 1.5 years of operating the system. So the evidence base we have is there were operational efficiencies realized, which were almost 20% of the pre-acquisition operational expenses, OPEX. About $3 million a year, nothing to sneeze at. The infrastructure renewal and replacement, their CIP more than doubled, and that was funded out of the operational efficiencies. Therefore, there was no immediate need to go to the bond market. That may change in the future, but this is kind of immediately what's going on. They were able to pull this off while limiting the bill change to less than 5% in the transition period and 7% thereafter, which I'll note that in the last year, the 7% wouldn't even keep rate of the general rate of inflation. So in particular, they were and are able to give higher levels of customer service in terms of outreach, their water use efficiency and customer engagement programs, their water loss control programs, their wastewater control, and even the levels of emergency water service. Some of the deficiencies included things that would affect fire flow. So that is something of increasing importance in California. There were also synergies with the water resource portfolio. I noted both GW is groundwater and RW is recycled water that made the collective of the system more resilient than the two systems were separate. So beyond this, I can also mention, capacity building. It turns out that having the acquiring utility staff being able to deal with, assess, and address large deficiencies that need to be addressed and prioritize them and fit within the capital planning process, those are skills that are always handy. I will go to my last slide next, which is my findings. And I want to couch this by saying I strongly believe that investor-owned utilities can be a part of water solutions. And I hope you will contribute to providing data and evidence for the Water Solutions Lab so we can better figure out how to address some of California's outstanding water problems. So my findings from here include expect uncertainty. Some of these cannot be completely uncovered by due diligence. You won't get complete certainty that way. Many things will only be discovered through operating. I'll note that in my case study, not only did they discover there were fire meters that weren't being billed, they discovered meters they had no idea the location of, meters they didn't even know the size of, customers whose name was listed as resident. It's hard to identify customers if you have no information on them or only an address to which bills are being sent, which may not be the residents. I strongly recommend a transition period to mitigate any customer bill impacts. To phase in, I think the perfect kind of ramp is where you start off with whatever rate structure the customer is familiar with and gradually ramp in any new one over time as you are able to build engagement with customers and build customer trust. There's often a getting to know each other period. So this trust a utility builds with customers is important if you want to convince them to switch away from things they are used to. Their expensive solutions like bottled water that may not be very safe or expensive point of use treatment. It's important for the utility to gain customer trust, and that takes time. I will strongly assert that synergies can reasonably be expected to occur. This includes over management, staffing efficiencies, compliance efficiencies, and company capacity building, and in particular, improvements to levels of service that larger utilities can deliver at lower cost than smaller failing utilities that never even address the issues. I do recommend that there be graduated acquisition information requirements. I did notice in the white paper several things that were already mentioned by Dr. Pierce. It's transparency, it's honesty in admitting lots of things that it wasn't really sure about. Uncertainty and knowledge is where you begin to fix that. A learning can't occur until you admit that. But I also noted in the appendices about prior acquisitions that all but a handful were small. I think there were only 4 that were more than 1,500 connections or so. And I think the kind of information and effort you should expect from IOU that you're regulating needs to be reduced for these smaller cases that are also likely to have more buried problems, especially if they're small relative to the acquiring company. So those are my strong recommendations. I will also suggest that IOUs in California have a competitive advantage on affordability. This was mentioned before that a lot of the currently regulated private utilities in California have customer assistance programs that are subjected to regulatory scrutiny. I will note that a lot of public water utilities in California consider that have given up on customer assistance programs because they consider themselves constrained under Prop 218, which doesn't apply to private utilities. So you do have a means to address some of these affordability issues. And again, I don't think the question is the metric. If you're helping individual customers, turns out they live in census districts which aggregate up to service areas and fall into disadvantaged communities. And so there is an aggregation problem, but there is a lever that private utilities in California have that many public utilities consider themselves very constrained on. They'd have to fund any customer assistance programs through non-rate revenue, which may be constrained. So I did want to mention that. I believe the slides are being shared and the questions are going to be answered later on. So I won't go through my last 3 slides. I want to leave time for questions.
Well, thank you, Tom. Appreciate your brevity, and although many may not have appreciated your sense of humor, I still appreciated your representation through your case study and really diving into the stats there. So thank you again, and we'll keep this workshop moving and get on to questions later on as well. Next up, we do have Eddie Scheer from Public Advocate's Office. Eddie, please take the stage.
Okay, I just want to make sure you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Great. So I'm Eddie Scheer. I'm a senior analyst with Cal Advocates, and let's go to the first slide. So I know everyone here is, oh, the slide has some issues there. That's okay. I know everyone here is very sophisticated, but I'm gonna start by coming out, zooming all the way out, and starting really with a wide perspective. So to start with a story, there's 2 fish swimming along one day, and they pass a dolphin, and the dolphin says, "Hey fish, how's the water?" The 2 fish continue swimming along, and the one fish turns to the other fish and says, "What's water?" IOU water utilities that we're talking about here are natural monopolies. Ratepayers are captured customers of those monopoly utilities. The commission's role is to be a substitute for competition, is to replace the efficiencies and protections that customers would expect in a marketplace. So customers don't get a choice of their water utility. That's the water in the story. Under the current regulatory framework for acquisitions, some of the basic principles of rate making and ratemaker protections get lost. A revised framework should reassert those basic principles of rate making. And I'm going to talk about them over my time here in more detail. But basically, ratepayer fairness comes first. There should be no windfall profits. A revised framework should level the playing field between healthy and failing systems. And a revised framework should prioritize failing systems. Okay, next slide. So the commission's responsibility is to ensure fair rates. The standard for review is that acquisitions are fair and reasonable to ratepayers. The test of reasonableness is ratepayer indifference. Now, ratepayer indifference is a lower standard than ratepayer benefit, but by any standard, the costs and benefits of an acquisition should be measured and presented in an acquisition application. Relying on theoretical benefits, which is what we mostly see in current applications, is not enough to protect ratepayers. Simply, ratepayers are not indifferent to unreasonable returns. Okay, next slide. So for acquisitions, the commission has determined that ratepayer fairness needs to come first. This quote is from the 2021 San Gabriel Montebello acquisition decision. basically says that fair market value does not outweigh the commission's responsibility to protect ratepayers. Again, that's the water in the fish, because we're talking about monopolies. Next slide, please. From a ratepayer's perspective, acquisitions can achieve public and ratepayer benefits, and they certainly can achieve public benefits when they address those human right to water systems, those failing systems that serve 1 million Californians, or underserve those 1 million Californians who aren't getting clean, safe, affordable water. However, under the current framework, acquisitions too often circumvent fairness, transparency, and the rate-making process. So what we've seen is that sellers can realize unreasonable profits. And we're talking about 500% or 750% profit from the sale of a utility. Buyers put the full purchase price into rates. Ratepayers have paid water system owners their investment plus the authorized rate of return for the entire lifetime of that system. And with a sale, they're going to pay again, only this time much more, for the same exact assets. And we covered this in the last workshop, but I think it bears repeating here that IOUs responding to an RFP is not a market. That's not competition, because ratepayers remain on the hook for the full cost of those assets. Next slide, please. Class A IOUs are pursuing acquisitions to grow their businesses. And I'm sorry to pick on CalAm. In this case, they have a very nice graphic, and so I thought it was the best one to use. This is from a shareholder call earlier this year. CalAm's parent company has a target of 25% of its 2023 growth through utility acquisitions. This is an important part of this story because the narrative that the general theoretical benefits of acquisitions outweigh other considerations, and also the idea that acquisitions and consolidations are just a favor to the public, and so the general principles of rate making shouldn't apply, doesn't hold water. Acquisitions are an important business opportunities for large water utilities. They don't need special treatment through a revised framework. They should be treated the same as other rate making. Next slide, please. So this leads us to the question, what are the public and ratepayer benefits of water system acquisitions and consolidation? And we have heard a pretty robust discussion of this already today. But this quote comes from a Berkeley Law School symposium. And it starts by saying that the benefits to troubled and failing systems is clear. The benefits to system buyers and sellers, by the way, are also very clear because they're measurable in dollars. But the benefits to the public and ratepayers are really not clear at all. They have been presented in theoretical general terms in applications. A revised framework should require that applications define and document specific measurable benefits to the ratepayers and the public. Next slide, please. Here's an example. The 1997 Consolidation Act talks in general terms about economies of scale achievable through consolidation. And applications, as I've said, cite economies of scale as a public benefit or a ratepayer benefit. An economy of scale is an increase in efficiency that you get because you have a larger system. So you can buy things in bulk, It's easier to hire and train and retain experts. But the term in the context of acquisitions that we've seen is misused. Spreading costs across a larger pool of customers is not the same as increasing efficiency. Savings and efficiencies, if they're there, are eclipsed by increasing purchase premiums and required investment in the systems that are being acquired. Efficiency is measurable using the cost per customer or other measurements. And as we talked about in the previous two workshops, the cost per customer of these acquisitions is skyrocketing. Next slide, please. So to ensure ratepayer fairness, there's three things that a revised framework should do. It should reassert that ratepayer impact is the Commission's measuring stick for deciding when an acquisition makes sense. There should be only just and reasonable rates. There should be no unreasonable returns. Rates should be forecast with an application, and rate changes should be implemented with a Commission approval of an acquisition. So rate transparency to ensure that acquisitions aren't short-circuiting the rate-making process. And three, the Commission's 2006 rules on gain on sale apply when an IOU buys another IOU. Now I'm going to talk through each of these three in the next slides. Okay, I'm ready. No, you were already there. Sorry about that. Rates should be forecast and then implemented with an acquisition application. Acquisitions are major changes to a water utility's operations and rates. These are the kinds of changes that require Commission review and approval, just as in a general rate case. Under the current framework, a price is authorized by the Commission, but the actual rate changes wait until the next GRC. That means there's no accountability for bill impacts at the time of the approval of the purchase price. The full purchase price that the Commission approves will go into rates. Separating the decision about price from the impact on customer bills is simply unfair. And what it means is that acquisitions are operating under a different set of rules as other rate making. Utilities that are buying another system have studied a water system they want to buy to propose a fair market price. They should be able to forecast and implement rates and live with those forecasts, just as they do with other rate-making situations. Okay, next slide, please. Now, acquisitions, again, should not be handled through after-the-fact bill surcharges. The 1999 settlement agreement, that's really the basis for the current framework, includes language that requires both that result of operations, which is those forecast numbers, and also that all ratepayers, meaning the ratepayers of the acquired and the acquiring system, are considered. A more fair revised framework should reassert that forecasts are presented and implemented with applications. The utility, not ratepayers, should assume the risk of inaccurate forecasts, just as they do with other utility rate making. Okay, next slide, please. In 2006, the Commission completed a rulemaking on gain on sale. Gain on sale rules apply when an IOU is bought by another IOU. A gain on sale exists when an asset is sold for a purchase price that is greater than the original cost of a non-depreciable asset. Non-depreciable asset is simply something that doesn't wear out, real estate or water rights. And most of the value in a water system is in the non-depreciable assets, or the net book value of a depreciable asset, so equipment. The 1997 Consolidation Act shifted water system valuation from the seller's investment in the system, or the book value, or the original cost, to fair market value. Promise I'm not going to start in on fair market value. We did plenty of that last time. That difference is gain on sale. To be clear, the gain on sale applies to the sale of water system assets, whether it's one asset, a group of assets, or all the assets. And the rule states that they apply to the sale of all used and useful assets. It's quite clearly written in the rules. Okay, next slide, please. So the reason for gain on sale rules is explained as an analogy to renters, often explained this way. Renters in an apartment pay rent, but they do not assume the risk of owning the building. They don't pay extra for vacancies or roof repair. Ratepayers of a water utility do assume most of the risk of ownership of that system. In the rulemaking itself, the Commission says that the only risk that shareholders hold is the risk that the Commission itself will deny that a cost is included in rates. So with a water utility, if the roof needs work, ratepayers pay for it. The 2006 decisions set a gain on sale allocation. So 100% of the gain from depreciable assets and 67% of the gain from non-depreciable assets is returned to ratepayers. The seller keeps their full investment. So remember that the gain is the amount above their investment. And 33% of the profit from non-depreciable assets. Remember that non-depreciable assets is where most of the value is held. Water rights and real estate, often anyway. So the result of implementing gain on sale would be that the seller receives a robust, just not an unreasonable, return on their investment when they sell. The buyer still puts the full approved purchase price into rates. Next slide, please. The revised framework should include three things when an IOU buys another IOU. That gain on sale allocation should be split between the IOU seller and ratepayers of the acquired system. The gain on sale allocation should be used to offset rate impacts through a surcredit on customer bills. The buyer maintains the new system as a separate rate-making district until the allocated funds are used up. Next slide, please. Allocating gain on sale as required by the 2006 decisions will level the playing field between troubled and non-troubled water systems. So the purchase premium, that's the amount above the actual investment in a system, should be funded by the ratepayers of the acquired system, offset by that gain on sale allocation. It's unreasonable to make ratepayers of the buying system pay for the seller's profit. Book value and the required improvements are funded by all the ratepayers. With gain on sale in place, a revised framework will no longer incentivize the purchase of non-troubled water systems with high premiums over the purchase of troubled water systems. Those acquisitions that we would like to see because of the huge public benefit of those kinds of acquisitions. The reason is that failing and troubled systems aren't likely to trade with large purchase premiums. Okay, next slide, please. So zooming back out to all acquisitions, I want to talk a little bit about the benefits, public benefits and ratepayer benefits. Scott Hempling wrote a book about mergers and acquisitions, and some of this is drawn from him. The general theoretical benefits of acquisitions that we hear about do not necessarily justify the actual measurable impacts to ratepayers that we see from acquisitions. The reality of economies of scale that we've talked about is actually diseconomies. We read in applications that acquisitions will improve access to capital, but if rates were set correctly, all utilities have access to capital. We read that acquisitions will spread best practices, but best practices are an obligation of every utility. And then the big one is we hear that acquisitions are a solution for failing water system. And they certainly can be, but only if failing systems are a priority. And not if the ability of ratepayers to help fund failing systems is squandered because they're paying huge prices for non-troubled systems. And I want to add one more here, which is that the idea that all systems are potentially failing is a red herring. California has identified those systems that are failing. It's identified who needs the help first, and the revised framework should target those systems. Okay, final slide. So to wrap things up, acquisitions certainly can provide real public and ratepayer benefits, but only if a revised framework requires measurable costs and benefits and reasserts safeguards that protect ratepayers. Water utilities are monopolies, and the Commission has to act as the substitute for competition to protect ratepayers. California should only ever pay just and reasonable rates, and utilities should never earn unreasonable profits. Every acquisition application should be evaluated based on the measurable benefits and measurable impacts on rates to all ratepayers. Now, we've heard discussion about equations, I guess, that balance costs and benefits. That's the job of it's the job of the utilities to present actual numbers, actual costs, actual benefits, and it's the job of the Commission to decide the balance of those things. No equation is going to do that for you. Rate changes should be forecast in an application, and those rate changes should be implemented with the approval of the application. Finally, no framework is going to anticipate every scenario. The Commission is always going to have to look at the numbers. They're always going to have to use discretion to balance the costs and benefits and make the best decision for ratepayers. And this is important because I can imagine a scenario where, in all other respects, an acquisition doesn't look great, except that there's a huge public benefit of getting a water system acquired to get people clean and safe, affordable water. That's where discretion comes in. And those kinds of decisions and balances for the public interest can be made by the commission. That concludes my remarks. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today.
Great. Thank you, Eddie, for presenting on behalf of the Public Advocate's Office. I think you really made me think about what is water with that story, and I know there's a lot more in your presentation that was covered there as well. But next we have Lori Doquist presenting on behalf of California Water Association. Lori, please take it away.
Thank you. I'm Lori Dolquist here for California Water Association. And as always, we really appreciate the opportunity to provide a presentation on the issues being considered today, and certainly appreciate the efforts of the commission, the commissioners, and the staff in these workshops, which have been really helpful in digging down deep in some of the key issues related to acquisitions. If you could move to my introduction slide. Thanks. So I think it's important to keep in mind that the legislature has already made its intentions clear with respect to acquisitions. And to the extent that anybody wants to change the intentions or the focus of this, then that is done through changes in legislation. But I don't think we can forget what is here in the Consolidation Act, which is that scale economies are achievable and that we must provide water systems with incentives to achieve these through consolidation. Now, I know the previous presenter had some issues related to how we discuss scale economies, and I do think there is the economies of scale as one issue to consider. But also, quite frankly, when there are more customers in a customer base, the cost per customer usually goes down. So that, small systems are often burdened because they have too few customers to be able to pay for the capital improvements necessary. So the legislation and the legislative history shows that the concern was with the size of water systems, and that a larger water system that is able to spread its costs over a larger customer base provides benefits to the public. So I think it's important for the commission and all of us to keep that in mind when we look at water system consolidation, both of failing systems and of systems that are well run, but maybe just smaller in size. As there was a lot of talk today this morning about the many benefits of consolidation, certainly for underserved communities, and these are access to improved technical, managerial, and financial resources, access to low-income support and other programs, and prevention of sort of dire consequences for customers, such as failure of systems or severe water quality impacts. Now, the commission, when it's looking at these acquisition applications, has a duty to examine these impacts to ratepayers, both existing customers and customers of the acquired systems, to determine whether the acquisition is in the public interest. But as part of this, the commission should refrain from eliminating barriers from eliminating any existing incentives or creating new barriers for these types of transactions. And I'll note here that it is important to look at both this in the context of acquisitions of systems that are failing, but also acquisitions of systems that are well maintained. Often these types of transactions are presented to the commission in order to avoid future negative impacts, and that's something that should be taken seriously by the commission. The commission has a duty to facilitate transactions that help prevent future failures or future negative impacts that may fall short of failure, but be problematic to customers. In particular, often these types of transactions are incentivized by future issues related to water quality and the ability to comply with water quality standards. And owners looking forward into that may realize that they won't be able to do that in coming years. We want to be able to facilitate these transactions before those failures occur or before these water quality problems are realized. And I'll note that one of our speakers this morning noted that once you have water quality problems that sort of cause customers to lose faith in their water, they often too fall back on bottled water, and that fallback can occur for generations. So again, I think we need to look equally at the systems that are failing and the systems that are well run. It's not an either or provision. We can do both. So I'll move on to the next slide, please. And I'm just going to go through, these are the questions that were set forth in the scoping memo and in the agenda, and I'll be addressing these one by one. But here is how should the commission examine ratepayer impacts. And again, as I said before, the commission should continue as it has, analyzing the impacts on both the existing customers and the customers of the acquired system. And what the commission is looking for is whether the transaction is consistent with the public interest. How the commission should do this is based on the extensive information that's already required under the commission's rules, under the 1999 decision, and under the more recent decision that was issued in 2020. I believe one of our speakers this morning mentioned the possibility of a standard data request, and in effect, that's already required for applicants, in particular with the expansion of information required under the 2020 decision. But when the commission looks at the ratepayer impacts, it should consider certainly the impact on rates, but also the impact on the quality and reliability of service. And this includes either addressing existing issues with the quality of reliability of service or avoiding future problems with the quality of reliability of service. And then it's also for the commission to take into account specialized service features such as water conservation programs, low-income ratepayer assistance, and other benefits. Now, the previous speaker mentioned certain criteria or a new framework, which had some interesting ideas in it. But my concern when I was hearing it was that it sounded, there were certain things that may sound appealing in theory, but they didn't actually match with the actual experience of operating or acquiring a system. So when I go through this presentation, I'll note actually what information water utilities have and what they can do with respect to rates and information provided to the commission. The next slide. I'm not going to go through all of these, but I included this slide to highlight the fact that applicants are already providing fairly extensive information with their applications to assist the commission in its decision making. I'll note the second bullet is probably one that we've mentioned the most today, which is the estimate of the potential monthly incremental cost impact on existing and acquired customers. So that information is provided with the application. So the commission does have the ability, when it's deciding on an application, to look at the cost impact on both existing customers and customers of the acquired systems and take that into account when it's making its decision. Also, as you'll note on the first bullet, we're looking at forecasts for results of operations for both the fifth and the first year, the first and the fifth years following the acquisitions. So we are looking at some of the long-term issues as well. So the commission does have significant information to make its decision regarding these applications. The next slide. So here I wanted to talk about rates, and in particular, the recommendation that rates be implemented at the time of the acquisitions. And this is currently, it's rarely done. Usually the rates are postponed to be dealt with in the next rate case. And I'll kind of explain why that is necessary. First, I want to make it clear, it's not that the commission doesn't have any rate impact information. They do. They have information on the impact for existing and acquired customers, and customers have this information as well. So notice is provided. So it's not an issue, the transparency is there. The commission has it, Public Advocate's Office has it, the existing and the acquired customers have it. But what I would say, and this is where some of Cal Advocate's recommendations don't really mesh with reality, is this idea that applicants would be able to develop reasonable, just and reasonable rates at the time of the acquisition. And that's just frankly not doable in almost all instances. You can do all the due diligence in the world, but you still won't have the information on the cost to provide the system until you start operating it. If the commission wants to provide just and reasonable rates based on the cost to operate the system, that means that they will need to give the applicants the time to actually do that, to obtain that information. Again, you can do all the due diligence, but you're basically looking at the records that are available to you, the information that is available to you, the customer information is available to you, the metering information, and there may be flaws, based on this. So again, if the commission wants just and reasonable rates based on the cost of providing service, that often can't be done at the time of the acquisition. I also want to point out that a lot of the times the way to make these acquisitions work best for both the acquired customers and the existing customers is to consider issues of rate consolidation, either on a complete or a limited basis. And that's an issue that needs to be handled in the general rate case. So you're looking at the true costs of service for both the acquired system and your existing customers, and you can consider all this information at the same time. That isn't the type of thing that should be done in an acquisition proceeding. And I'll also note here that turning these acquisition proceedings into mini rate cases isn't really necessary or efficient. You do have a 3-year rate cycle, so that you are able to get timely consideration of rate impacts. You also want to be able to provide customers with the benefits of these acquisitions as soon as possible. And those benefits could be alleviation of water quality issues that customers are currently suffering, or it could be benefits like things like getting access to low-income support programs or getting access to in-language customer support. And if you're, making these programs or these acquisition proceedings more complex, you're delaying those benefits. So I'd say, to sum up, it's not necessary to do it at this time. The customers and the commission have the information to make an informed judgment as to whether the acquisition is in the public interest. It's better to wait until there is more information readily available to provide the cost of providing service, so that you do have just and reasonable rates, and that these issues are better considered in the fuller context of the general rate case. So next is if you can move to the next slide. This is the tests and criteria that should be used. And here I just put in here the definition of the ratepayer indifference standard, which is what the commission currently uses. And this is basically that there's no harm or adverse impact to ratepayers. I don't think there's a lot of disagreement on this issue. So I just put that in there so that we do have that. And that is what the commission has used. And we would recommend that that is what the commission does continue to use, the ratepayer indifference standard. Next slide. This is the question of, should the commission consider impacts on existing customers? And again, as I said this morning, I continue to say, the commission is already doing this, and they have been doing this. So I'm not sure where the idea got out that the commission wasn't considering this, because they are. Like I said, you're already required to include the monthly incremental cost impact on existing customers with your application. But I think one of the things that you want to do is, when the commission is considering these impacts, and I think this is consistent probably with what all of the speakers said, is I think you need to look at the scale of the likely impacts to the customers of the existing system and the customers of the acquired system. Often you may see a minimal, say, rate impact to customers of the existing system, but significant benefits to the customers of the acquired system, often dealing with things like consistency, reliability, and quality of water service. So I think the commission needs to take that into account when it is when it's trying to compare these benefits. But my takeaway would be that that the commission already has this information, and it's already part of its consideration when it's dealing with these types of applications. If you could move to the next slide. How should the commission measure the benefits and costs of water utility acquisitions? The previous speaker used the term that measurable needs to be shown in these applications over and over, but that's contradictory to what our speakers said this morning, and that not all of these issues are measurable. In fact, a cost-benefit analysis is not always the best way to go. The commission has the expertise. The commission can look at these. It's done this over the years, and it has both the commission itself, Cal Advocates is here. We have a lot of knowledgeable people looking at this. But these are fact-specific transactions, so it's not like you have one rubric that can be used. Each system needs to be considered basically looking at its own facts. You've got history, you've got ownership structure, you have the customers served, but also not everything is going to be quantifiable. There are significant benefits that you won't be able to put a dollar, that are not measurable, as the previous speaker showed. These are things like greater system reliability, low-income support programs, water conservation, better outreach, improved compliance. These are all things that are certainly benefits to the customers of the acquired system, but they're not necessarily measurable. These are things that the commission has and should continue to consider in its acquisitions, but I think the commission needs to resist the idea that everything can be measurable and a number can be put to everything. If you could move to the next slide. Okay. Let's see. If you could move to the next one after this, it should the impacts from previous. Can you move? I'm not seeing a movement on the slides in my. Someone able to move the slides? All right, well, my next one, I'll just go forward and hopefully at some point. Okay, here we go. I think you moved too far. Yes, there you go. Thank you. Thank you very much. So here the question is, should rate impacts from previous acquisitions be assessed? And I would again say that they already are. The impacts of previous acquisitions are already included in the information provided in the application. The decision 20-08-047 requires applicants to measure the potential monthly incremental costs on existing and acquired customers. I've said that several times already, but it's noteworthy to note that this is based on the actual results of the buyer's most recently authorized tariffs. And if the buyer has a pending request, it needs to include that as well. So what that means is, to the extent that there were financial impacts based on previous acquisitions, they are already included in this. They are both included in your most recently authorized tariffs, or they're including in your pending request. So these rate impacts are already being assessed. The commission already has this information, and it is including this in its decision making. But I would say that to the extent that the commission wants to look at this issue in more depth, it's important not just to look at rate impacts, but also the benefits. Again, rates is not the only issue. It's important to look at the benefits of previous acquisitions as well, if you're going to get the complete picture. If you could move to the next slide. So here's one of the biggest questions I think we're considering today is, should the commission consider expanding the gain on sale rules to apply to these types of acquisitions? And California Water Association, our recommendation is no. It's important to recognize that the existing gain on sale rules only apply where the utility is selling assets that are no longer used and useful. And it does not apply where these assets will be used as they always have and are used and useful as part of a going concern. This is very significant, this distinction. I don't know how many people in this workshop lived through the gain on sale proceeding, the multi-year, multi-decision gain on sale proceeding, but the commission took a long, hard look at this. And that distinction was one that was put a lot of weight and was very important. So the idea that the commission here would go beyond that and apply the gain on sale rules to assets that are used and useful is a pretty significant change, and one that shouldn't be undertaken lightly. I'll also note that, as I say here, there are regulatory impacts, that are legal impacts, that are financial impacts beyond this rulemaking. If you are that's a significant expansion of the existing gain on sale rules. I'll also say that there's no reason to treat water utility system acquisitions differently from utility acquisitions in other industries. And if you could move to the next slide. I'll note here that I just included an excerpt from SDG&E's tariff that discusses the sales of the entire distribution system and notes that the gain on sale is not done when you're selling the entire system. It's unclear whether the commission here in this proceeding also will be changing the tariffs of the energy utilities, but I would argue that no one has given any reason why water utility acquisitions should be treated any differently. We could move on to the next slide. I think this is one of the most important issues, though, to consider here is, again, the legislature enacted the Public Water System Investment and Consolidation Act. and its goal was to provide water utilities with incentives. And the commission, just less than 2 years ago, stated that the application of the gain on sale rules to used and useful water system assets would directly conflict with this act. And I think that's something the commission needs to keep in mind and needs to put significant weight on. It's been directed by the legislature to include incentives for consolidation. And the commission itself has found that trying to apply the gain on sale rules here would directly conflict with that goal of providing incentives. Again, this is here would definitely extinguish or significantly lessen incentives for buyers, and it would certainly make certain transactions just unworkable. If you could move on to the next slide. So here, if you do, if the commission were, despite the fact that it conflicts with the, Consolidation Act, despite the fact that it is a significant expansion of its existing gain on sale rules with all of the legal and regulatory considerations that are associated with that, if the commission were to apply the gain on sale rules, I think it needs to look at what the types of incentives that would create. And most notably is it would likely change the calculus of the seller, who would likely increase their pricing to reserve funds for subsequently paying that gain. So basically, the application of the gain on sale rules would sort of have the perverse consequence of driving up the purchase price. This could also mean that certain systems would, the numbers wouldn't work anymore. The sellers would need to seek a certain amount of money in their requested purchase price, and buyers may not want to buy it, or may feel that it wouldn't be able to get approval for that higher purchase price. So I think here again, you're providing incentives that are against what the legislature and certainly what the commission has said, where you want to have consolidations happening. And I'll also note that there is not a windfall for sellers. If you could move to the next slide. The prior owner has the risks and obligations of providing the service until the sale, and the new owner assumes them going after. They are the ones who have the obligation to provide safe and reliable service to customers. So this is not a case of a windfall to sellers. You could move to the next slide. The next question is whether the PUC should consider cost-sharing mechanisms between ratepayers and shareholders. And our answer here is no. The commission's duty here is to consider whether the transaction serves the public interest. That is what its duty is, and it also needs to be sure that it's meeting the legislature's goals. So again, the commission should not be looking to take away incentives, and the commission shouldn't be looking to put up new barriers to these types of transactions. Again, as I said before, the consolidation of water system results in many benefits, particularly for underserved customers. And even if it's just an issue of scale, consolidation provides a benefit to customers because they have more customers to share the costs across the customer base. So again, I'll sum up and say that we recognize that the commission has, an interest in looking at these types of transactions and making sure that the results are indeed just and reasonable. But I think the commission needs to keep in mind is its duty to fulfill the obligations and incentives recommended under the Consolidation Act, and also to refrain from providing any barriers or disincentives, whether these are transactions that involve the acquisition of a small failing system, or they're transactions that involve a larger, well-run system, but one that may benefit from consolidation. The commission's job should be making these look attractive, to provide incentives, to remove any barriers, and to also make sure that these proceed in a timely and efficient manner, because these types of transactions do have notable benefits, and we want to provide these to customers as soon as possible. So again, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and I look forward to questions later on.
All right. Thank you, Lori, for presenting on behalf of the California Water Association. I do see that we're running a little bit ahead of schedule. I would still like to give everyone a quick break before we jump into the question and answer part of our afternoon session. So we can do a quick 10-minute break here, and we'll look for an even number and return at 2:20. Thank you, everyone. All right, I do see the time now is 2:20. Hopefully everyone got a quick caffeine addiction or is ready to power through the rest of this afternoon session. I'd now like to hand it off to Jeff Hancock and again Kevin from our Water Division team to go forward with questions for moderated parties. But of course, before that, I'd like to ask Commissioner Shroma if she has any questions for our afternoon panelists.
Yes, well, again, thank you to our three panelists. Excellent presentations, providing different perspectives. Here's my question, and I guess it's for Lori. Indeed, as an application goes forward, oftentimes there's an election involved as well. And in that election, the materials are required to provide the estimated cost impact, an estimated, I don't know if you call it a monthly bill increase, but at any rate, an impact, yes. So my question is this, maybe it's two parts. I apologize. It's two parts. First of all, have any of your association members tracked those estimates and then what actually happened in the general rate cases? The general rate cases are very comprehensive. All sorts of things are in those, and including an acquisition. Have you actually tracked to see what incremental or percentage impact the acquisition has actually had on what the CPUC ultimately approved, for a water utility? And then my second question is, have you looked at the convention is that the actual rates or the acquisition is not dealt with right away. There isn't a rate impact right away. It's folded into that future general rate case. Have you assessed, I think I already know the answer, but what it would mean to a utility to have a mid-course general rate case, a general rate impact, to do a general rate case real time with the acquisition?
Thank you, Commissioner. So for the first question, I believe it's have the applicants tracked what the actual incremental costs are, like in the rate case, not the forecasted one that you include in the application, but what is the actual. And so I don't think it's separately identified, but the factors that go into that are included in your rate case application, because you need to show all of the factors that cost causes in your rates. So it may require some digging, but again, because those impacts are part of it, they would be included in that application, but probably not highlighted or separately identified, I guess is what I would say. So that information is there, but probably not called out specifically. Although in certain instances it may, if it is, say, something that was addressed through a surcharge or something like that, those dollars would be called out specifically. So that information is there. The second question was, could you repeat?
This is a hypothetical, but because there are many moving parts to a general rate case. I was just wanting to get your reaction or your feedback on what if an acquisition required a general rate case adjustment in real time?
Yeah, thank you. So the concerns here are both with the timing of the acquisition proceeding and your general rate case proceeding, and that they're often both difficult to predict and not necessarily synced up to begin with. Your acquisition applications happen once you finalize the deal and you've gone through all the steps, and that might not be synced up with your rate case. Your rate case, we have a rate case plan, but there's a lot of things that can throw that off. So I don't think you can assume that they are synchronized. I think also that you still run into the problem with, at the time of the application, I think you have enough information to do sort of illustrative rates and to be able for the commission to determine, is there going to be an adverse impact? But you do not have enough information to be able to provide just and reasonable rates that are based on cost of service for the acquired system, because you don't have enough information about the system itself until you start to operate it. So even if you say had your acquisition application approved in, say, 6 months into your rate case, you wouldn't necessarily be able to implement new rates until you've operated. And I think Dr. Chestnut said the same thing, is that until you've operated the system for a certain amount of time, you really can't develop just and reasonable rates that need to be a little bit more targeted than the overall, does it create an adverse impact information. So I'm not sure if that gets to your question exactly, Commissioner, but
Yeah, it does.
okay, good.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Back to Jefferson, Terrence, I forget who was going to do the moderation.
Yes, that's right. Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, everyone. For the afternoon session, now that we've had those informational presentations, wanted to open it up for discussion on the scoping questions. So starting with, how should the Commission examine ratepayer impacts when reviewing water utility acquisitions, and what tests and criteria should be used, if any? I know some folks have already spoken on some of these topics, but just to open the floor for discussion.
Maybe we can start in the order of the presenters and have some structure here. I'll lead first with Dr. Tom Chestnut. I know, Lori, you had your hand up, and then we'll go with Eddie, and then Lori. I hope you don't mind.
No problem. So it seems to me that there's already a system set up on the first question, estimating kind of a prospective ratepayer impacts. And I think my concerns would be that these tests that exist are often hyper-focused on the easy to measure, which to my mind means the benefits may play a lesser role in the weighing, and that would not be a good thing. I think that's my concern. And it can be addressed. A lot of the benefits can be described qualitatively. And that is something that can be, and I think generally is included in the acquisition applications. The second question on the impacts on existing customers, I don't think there's a lot of controversy on the exact test. The hold harmless test still exists. And I think the only question is measurement error. If you have a system you're acquiring that's measured in the hundreds or dozens of connections, you're not going to have a detectable effect that you can measure in terms of existing customers. So I think it's important to keep this measurement in mind, and that you won't really know until the acquiring utility gets in and can make an assessment by operating the system for a while and figuring out what is and is not in the billing system. And that is a process that takes time. And I think the general rate case is the proper time to address that, which I think also fits into kind of my strong recommendation for a ramp period of transition to mitigate any customer bill impacts. Let's see, the third question, how should the Commission measure benefits and cost of water utility acquisitions? I think it's important to note that many of the costs will be more easy to measure, more obvious. That doesn't mean the benefits aren't there. no more than the water is not there for the fish. So I think that's my bigger concern, that the potential benefits going forward are often large. And my biggest questions about affordability are often, can you afford substandard water service? Can customers, especially low-income customers, can they afford missing out on those benefits? There's an affordability impact there. The last question I'll speak to just very briefly, it wasn't my focus, but should you look at rate impacts from previous acquisitions? I think my quick reaction to that is a hard no. Each of these cases is different. The company varies, the context is different. Inferential hazards would abound. So I would be very skeptical. I mean, when all the best econometricians and statisticians at the Lumpkin Center can't get a consistent pre and post measurement, I'm really suspicious on what people can do from their own chairs with eyeball statistics. So with that, I'll turn it over.
Thank you, Tom. We'll go to Eddie next, and please feel free to start with the first question, or as Tom already ran through the questions, albeit briefly, that was also appreciated. We can also break it down question by question. So apologies if we should have clarified from the start.
Great. Let me start where I'm at, and we'll see where it slots in. So I want to start by saying that my understanding of what we're doing here is we're talking about a revised framework, and what that framework needs to do, at least in my calculation from my proposal, is that it needs to set the stage for fair rate making. I don't think there's a disagreement, as Lori said, between us about ratepayer impacts and what those tests are and what the criteria are. But the idea that the commission gets the information it needs in the application to understand what's going on for ratepayers and to measure fairness, but it's not getting the information it would need to set rates, one of those has to not be true. They both can't be true. Either they're getting the information or they're not getting the information. I think one of the things a framework can do for us is it can drill deeper into what the actual costs and benefits of these acquisitions are. One of the things that I see as a challenge is that the Consolidation Act is focused in its language on troubled and failing systems and underserved communities, and in providing incentives and opportunities for those systems to be acquired. That's as it should be. I think that those situations, the public benefit to all Californians, much less all ratepayers, of having every Californian receive their human right to water is downright astronomical. Those are easy calculations. The challenge that this revised framework, I think, needs to address is that every system is not failing and troubled. And the vast majority, as Cal Advocates has shown in previous workshops, the vast majority of the acquisitions that we're seeing and the vast majority of the money spent on acquisitions is for systems that are not troubled and not failing. Now, it seems to me there's a solution to this question of when does the purchase price go into rates, which would be to separate. This is off the top of my head from just our conversation here, but The purchase price, which we should know about, we should have the complete information on at the time of the acquisition approval, can go into rates, while the future infrastructure and other costs, which are harder to know, could wait. There's no reason we couldn't separate those two things. But this is important, I think, is that the question is who assumes responsibility for those costs? The way rate making works fairly is that the utility forecasts rates and that the utility lives with those forecasts. And acquisitions shouldn't short circuit that system by pushing off those costs to be known costs and then be addressed as surcharges. Now, I think that all sort of fits under the first and second question, but Terrence, I'll leave it to you to decide. I'm happy to come back, but I don't want to spend more time on this issue.
No problem, Eddie. I just want to make sure everyone has a fair and equal opportunity to respond. So I'll pass it on to Lori again. Maybe you can address the first two as Eddie did as well.
Sure. Well, I want to just push back a little on what the Consolidation Act does and does not do. In the last workshop, I actually went through the legislative history of the Consolidation Act. Consolidation Act is focused on size. It's focused on smaller systems and that it could be hard for smaller systems to comply with water quality and other requirements. The Consolidation Act is not focused on troubled systems. It's focused on size and recommends the benefits of larger water utilities. That's clear when you look at the legislative history. So I just want to set that as some table setting here, what the Consolidation Act does and does not do, both in its language in statute and also its legislative history. The concern is size. So here, that is why California Water Association has kept that focus throughout this proceeding. It's looking at the benefits of consolidating a smaller system into a larger one and providing incentives for that. Now, that can occur when you're looking to consolidate a small failing system into a larger one, or it can look to when you're consolidating a small well-run system into a larger, but both are covered by the Consolidation Act. The legislature has instructed the Commission through the Public Utilities Code to provide incentives for both. And certainly we don't want to remove any incentives for either of those transactions. I can certainly understand the focus on small troubled systems. It's certainly a concern of California Water Association as well, because these are customers who are experiencing either dire impacts in real time or the real threat of not being able to access safe and reliable water service. But I just want to make it clear what the Consolidation Act does and does not cover. So then again, we look at what the ratepayer impacts are. And I want to make it clear again that you're doing two different things when you're considering the public interest associated with an acquisition and when you're setting rates. Those are two different activities with two different requirements for information, and they can be done separately, as they often are. Again, what you're looking at when you're determining whether the transaction is the public interest is whether or not it has an adverse impact to customers. And the Commission can certainly do that by looking at some of the intangible things that you have here. You know, are you going to see increased reliability? Are you going to see access to beneficial programs and things like that? It can also look at rate impacts, what the potential rate impacts may be in the future. You know, if you see a significant burden on existing customers, you may say that this is unreasonable. You know, if you see that, so the Commission has that information, but that is a different activity than setting rates. They're two different processes. The Commission has a lot of different processes. These are two different ones. The Commission has the opportunity to, in the rate case where it has wider and more applicable information, both information about all of its entire systems and their cost of service, as well as experience operating the acquired system, to determine whether the new rates are just and reasonable. And if the Commission or if the applicant in the GRC proposes rates that are not, those can be reduced. So there still is protections to customers. But the idea that you can't assess whether a transaction has an adverse impact to customers without going through an entire rate case is just false. You can make that determination. The Commission has made that determination. And it would be unfair to customers to try to have applicants develop rates without full information. These rates would be going into effect right away, and they may not actually be based on cost of service, and that is unfair to customers. So that is why these two activities can and should be kept separate. Then I guess looking here is what you are looking at. You're looking at, the things we mentioned. You're looking at both existing and acquired customers. You're looking at things like rate impact, but you're also looking at, service quality, compliance, beneficial programs, things that can't be necessarily quantified, but absolutely provide a real life benefit to customers and must be considered. So I think that's got my two there, and I will stop for now.
Thank you for staying to the questions as well. I know Tom addressed the first four, so we'll go back to Eddie for number 3 and number 4, and then back to Lori.
Okay, so let me say this, especially this morning after listening, let me say it this way. The commission, working with the Class A IOUs, is in a stronger position than anyone that we've heard from, and probably anyone anywhere, to get to the bottom of measurable impacts and benefits and costs of these acquisitions, at least the acquisitions that are coming in to the door of the commission, because they're the Class A acquisitions. And this acquisition framework, or the acquisition procedure, whatever it is really the best forum to get real information on those ratepayer impacts and public benefits of acquisitions. This framework, a revised framework, well, let me start with this. The current framework seems to rely heavily on these general theoretical benefits of consolidation. And while I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I don't believe that those things aren't things that can happen, because we see real ratepayer impacts from things like massive purchase premiums and buyers walking away with huge profits from acquisitions, we need to see more information on the other side of the scale. And to tell you the truth, I think that Lori has said that the information is out there. So let's have the revised framework require that information. In terms of previous acquisitions, it's imperative that the cumulative impact of acquisitions is considered by the commission in reviewing acquisitions. We know that Class A IOUs are targeting acquisition as an opportunity to grow their businesses. And I want to be really clear that in general terms, I should speak only for myself, that's fine. But to the extent that the chart of cost per connection shows a hockey stick of those costs going up, and it does show a hockey stick of those costs going up, both the efficiency of these transactions, which gets at ratepayer fairness, needs to be looked at, and also the cumulative impacts on ratepayers and rates needs to be looked at. And I think I've said this a lot, so sorry for belaboring this point, but there's a couple of good reasons. One reason is that there's people out there on fixed incomes, and these are surcharges on people's bill. But the other reason is that there's a margin, I guess that's the way to think of it, for ratepayers of systems to pay for the public benefit of acquisitions. And that margin should be spent on those troubled and failing systems first. And that's something that a revised framework can do. And it's something that the current framework, by allowing all the acquisitions to sort of be grouped up together as if they're the same thing, is in my opinion, failing at. Because in a lot of ways, these are apples and oranges. The troubled systems, the systems that are the priority for the state policy and for public benefit, are not going to trade with huge purchase premiums. But sweeping them under the rug together with systems that are not troubled and are trading at huge purchase premiums is something that should be corrected in a revised framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie. We'll move to Lori next.
Yes, so looking at question 3, how should the commission measure the benefits and costs of water utility acquisitions? First, I want to keep in mind something I've said and something our presenters said this morning is that not all costs and benefits are measurable, including some of the most important benefits. And those are benefits like water system reliability, access to beneficial programs, increased compliance, and things like that. Those are not necessarily measurable. So it's important to keep those in mind, and they're something that the commission must consider. So as the commission looks to saying how it should do this, there are certain things that are never going to be quantifiable, but must be taken into consideration by the commission. And the commission has the expertise and judgment to do that. The commission is not only reliant on numbers and rate impacts. The commission has the ability to do a factual assessment of benefits, even if they aren't particularly associated, with a number. The other thing that I would say is that, yes, I think there are differences between acquisitions of troubled systems and acquisitions that aren't troubled. And I think we should provide incentives for both. Again, it is not an either or. These things can both be addressed, and the legislature certainly wants to encourage both of them. What we're looking at here when we're looking at a revised framework, I think for everybody involved, is that we want more certainty on what the process will look like and what will be considered, and more efficient so that these aren't becoming a burden on the commission and its staff, and so the customers certainly recognize the benefits of these transactions. So when we look at measuring the benefits and costs of the utilities, it's important to look at what is already provided, because I think, I included that slide in it, but you're looking at a lot of this information is already there. And so the commission already has this, the commission is already using this, and there's not necessarily a need to provide additional burdens on applicants that could slow down the process. The next is the question is, should rate impacts from previous acquisitions be assessed? And if so, how? And as I've mentioned, they already are included in the information provided with the application, because you need to show the incremental cost impacts on both existing customers and customers of the acquired system. And you need to do that based on your current rates and based on any pending rate requests. So both of those rates would include the impact, to the extent there was any, of prior acquisitions. So the commission is already, again, looking at some of these questions, I'd like to remind the commission that they already have some of this information, including the information that is already provided and is already included and is already considered as part of this process.
All right, thank you, Lori. I think we can move on to the next slide that will wrap up our full set of questions. I'd like to jump back to Tom if you have some thoughts on these next two questions, number 5 and number 6.
No deep thought on this, more general concerns that I think there's kind of an established process on this, and revising cost sharing mechanisms, that sounds like a nightmare on 6, but I'm going to defer on this as it has not been a focus of my professional practice. So with that, I'll yield to Eddie.
No problem, Tom. Thank you for weighing in with your candidness. Eddie, please go ahead and then we'll go to Lori.
Thanks, Tom. So I think I belabored this. I think I've talked a lot about this, and I'm happy to answer any specific questions. I just have a couple more things I want to say based on the conversation so far. Gain on sale, in my reading of the rules, is for used and useful assets. Unused and unuseful assets should never be paid for by ratepayers. They shouldn't be in rates. The utility wants to buy unused and useful assets, that's fine. It's not going to come across my desk. Shouldn't. And I think that we can argue this back and forth, and I'm happy to, but we just need to go back and read the rules. And I'm sure that that's what's going to happen in the next round of processes with written comments and briefs. But from my perspective, as you've heard, gain on sale rules absolutely apply in these cases based on what's written in those rules. And the idea that a seller needs an unreasonable profit to sell their system doesn't jive with the idea that there's a lot of systems out there that are looking to get out of the business, because that seems to be the case. And it aligns, unfortunately, with the acquisition of systems for huge purchase premiums. Because systems that have trouble, that really need to go first when it comes to consolidation with larger systems, aren't going to have huge profits. They're not going to trade with huge purchase premiums. They might. And if they did, the commission would be able to look at it on a case-by-case basis with discretion and make a judgment about the public benefit. That's great. But what a revised framework should do is it should set the stage in general terms for ratepayer fairness and for establishing those basic principles of fair rate making. And applying gain on sale, it would be one of those principles. Now, in terms of the last question about more general cost sharing mechanisms, I think this is what we're talking about, is these gain on sale rules. And I think that with that, I can turn the stage over to Lori.
Thank you. To this issue of whether the gain on sale rules applies to used and useful assets, the Commission actually directly addressed this in decision 21-08-002. And I'll read right now from page 27, where it says the Commission opened the gain on sale rulemaking to consider how to allocate gains from the sales of assets that are no longer used and useful. So the Commission there specifically stated that the gain on sale rules only apply to assets that are no longer used and useful. Later on in the next page, the Commission says that it had previously determined that applying gain on sale rules to the used and useful water system asset sales would directly conflict with the Consolidation Act. So again, just to sort of clarify that legal point, the Commission's already decided that gain on sale only applies to assets that are no longer used and useful, which is why I have recommended caution, because changing that application is a significant expansion of the gain on sale rules that will likely have implications far beyond this rulemaking. I would also state that what we're looking at here is sellers should be incentivized to sell. That is what the Consolidation Act shows, that it wants smaller systems to have an incentive to sell. and bigger systems to have an incentive to purchase. This applies to both failing systems and systems that aren't failing. So the Commission should not be acting to remove those incentives. I would also note that I do not think that this is a windfall or, an unreasonable gain. These are systems that have been, in certain circumstances, these systems should be rewarded for good management, not punished. I think the Commission also needs to take a look into what incentives or what implications will be caused by applying the gain on sale rules, which I discussed earlier, including sort of removing the incentives or making certain deals not feasible or causing perhaps an increase in the purchase price. The second one is consider cost sharing mechanisms. And I think here I'll say that, again, what the Commission's focus should be, as indicated by the legislature, is looking at making sure that the incentives remain, not looking to put up new barriers. And I'll stop there.
All right, thank you both, Eddie and Lori, for addressing the questions. As was previously stated, there will be ample opportunity to put in comments what written form you may have in terms of representation in this workshop format. We're not here to argue, we're just here to listen to everyone's opinions thoughtfully, as you all know. And with that, I'd like to hand it back to Kevin next for our next part of the afternoon session with questions and comments from parties.
Okay, thank you, Terrence. Next slide, please. One more slide. Thank you. Yeah, so we will now open the virtual floor to any party representative that would like to comment or ask questions. Once again, the ground rules. Please use the raise hand feature, and you have about a minute to speak. And there will be, as mentioned again, there will be opportunity to provide written comments after the workshop. Okay, and with that, we can start off with Melody. Apologies earlier for not having you part of the party representative.
Hi, okay, Melody Chrislock. I'm representing ratepayers in Cal-Am's Monterey Peninsula system. Public Water Now is the nonprofit organization that we founded to try and get a handle on the abuses that we see Cal-Am perpetuating here. So my first thought is, how can you say that a 750% profit is not a windfall? I mean, for heaven's sakes, that's just out there. So, I mean, I want to know from the Commission, do these gain on sale rules apply to used and useful assets, or don't they? I mean, these are your rules. It doesn't make sense that they would apply to not used or useful assets. What would be the point of that? It's a little suspect that the investor-owned utilities rep is arguing so strongly against changing these rules, which certainly implies that these rules are seriously benefiting the investor-owned utilities. I don't see that they are benefiting the general public, not with 750% profits going on. So here's our situation here with Cal-Am, which I want to bring to your attention because it plays into this. In April, Cal-Am was offered $449 million for the Monterey system by the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District. They have refused to sell, and the sale will end up in an eminent domain proceeding. Our concern is that if this sale goes through, Cal-Am should not be allowed to walk away with a profit of anything close to $500 million at ratepayer expense. This should be shared with ratepayers who are already paying the highest cost in the nation for water under Cal-Am's ownership. In 2017, we already had the most expensive water in the nation. Since then, the typical water bill here for 5,800 gallons a month has gone up 50% on top of the most expensive water in the country, and is now coming in at $177 for a month of water for 5,800 gallons, which is the typical usage here. So, I mean, what I want to know is, these gain on sale rules were meant to protect the public from these monopolies, but doesn't appear that they are doing so. I think the commission really has to look at this from the ratepayers' perspective, and I hope you will. Thank you.
Thank you, Melody. Next, we have Paul Goodman.
Thank you. I'm Paul Goodman at the Center for Accessible Technology. I think there's been a little bit of conflation of the Commission's public interest inquiry into mergers or acquisitions and the legislative intent behind the Consolidation Act, because under Public Utilities Code Section 854, even if an acquisition is going to, and I want to be precise about language here because what the legislator instructed was it's to provide water corporations with an incentive to achieve scale economies that provide benefits to ratepayers, not that big companies buy smaller companies. But they could provide that incentive and someone could still not meet the public interest test. I'll give an example. In the decision quoted by Ms. Dahlquist, the decision specifically acknowledged that even though Public Utilities Code Section 854B and C don't apply to water companies, those are factors which are helpful for the Commission to consider. One of those factors is whether the economic benefits of the transaction are split equally between ratepayers and shareholders. So arguably, failure to share any money from a gain on sale rule could be considered a public interest harm. That's all I have, and thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Next, we have Nicholas Subius.
Hi, Nicholas Subius from Cal-Am. I've worked on a lot of acquisitions over the last few years, and one of the things I found is that kind of when you dig down deeper into the facts, some of the more sort of caustic conclusions are a little less so. Or let me give you a good example. There's been a lot of talk about East Pasadena, and there were these windfall profits. And but there haven't been any really citations to the record and what went on in that proceeding and why the commission approved the acquisition and found that it was beneficial to ratepayers and that the requested rate base was appropriate under the law. And so I think if you go back and you look at East Pasadena and you look at the testimony in the record, what you'll know is that the original company, the predecessors, were founded over 100 years ago. So when you're talking about profits and 700% and throwing these numbers out, 700% seems like a lot if that's a profit for 1 year or 2 years or 3 years or 4 years or 20 years. But the original company was founded in 1913. So if you go back and you look and you say, hey, if you invested $1,000 in 1913, how much would that be worth by 2021? I think what you'll notice is that under non-windfall profits, under like the S&P 500, if you'd invested it in 1913, you'd see that by 2021, it would have grown to $38 million. Because what we're talking about here are not profits from a few years ago or 10 years ago. What we're talking about is a company that was over, its predecessor, and it was folded into the subsidiary, was over 100 years old. Then if you went and you looked at the record, you'd see that according to its employee's testimony, Larry Morales, he worked for the company for 20 years, and during that entire time, the process had been to reinvest their dividends. So they didn't pull out their profits from the company. Their testimony in the record was that they reinvested the money that they made from the company in the company over and over every single year. And so I think when you look at it, an investment over 100 years, continuously reinvesting in the company, to pay profits that are less than you would have got, in the S&P 500 if they'd invested $1,000 up front and not added any more money, just kept reinvesting, it's a lot more reasonable. And then if on top of that, what you look at is $26.7 million of the purchase price was for water rights. Now, water rights in the Central Basin and in the Raymond Basin in Southern California are clearly adjudicated. There is a robust market, and that market sets the value of those water rights. And in that case, the water rights were almost $27 million. So no manipulation, no windfall. That's how that market works. There's a ready market for it. It's not some sort of manipulation or with utilities having the ability to jack up those prices. That's what they are. So that's what the value was. And in terms of not providing specific information, if you also went back and you looked at the East Pasadena application, you would notice things like we specifically pointed to cost savings and articulated the amounts for some of them, including relative to water rights, because it was going to help us be able to pump lower price water, which if you can pump groundwater, typically it's much cheaper in that area than is water that you've got to pay for and buy from other sources. So we set forward in our application, the amount that we were having to pay because we couldn't pump some of our own rights from certain wells because of contamination, and how this acquisition was going to improve that and provide cost savings there. So I think if you get down and you look at sort of all of the information, I think instead of sort of the fiery rhetoric about hockey sticks and giant rate increases, what you'll see is that it was much more sensible. And I think if you also looked, our most recent acquisitions in areas where we're not buying properties that have water rights are not some sort of hockey stick size graph or trajectory. They're pretty much around $5,000–6,000 per connection. So we just recently had an approval of our Bass Lake acquisition. In Bass Lake, it was about a little under $6,000 a connection, which is not these higher rates. The higher rates you've seen in Southern California predominantly, and for systems that are coming with water rights, which I noted before, there is a robust market which sets the value for. And of course, that value has to be considered by the commission based on the appraisal properties that are set by law. So I think when you look at the finer details of how it all works, it makes a lot more sense, and you'll not come away with rhetoric about windfall profits or hockey sticks. I think you just got to dig into the details. And if I may, just a final answer, I know that Commissioner Shiroma asked earlier about the added complexities of trying to marry a rate case with an acquisition process. And I might just point out that it's been the commonplace since I've worked in this industry for our rate case decisions to be very much delayed. It has also been commonplace for our acquisition decisions to be very much delayed. So the idea of combining the two doesn't seem to me like it's going to expedite the process. It just seems like you're going to add more complexity to an appraisal process, which I think the statistics already show, to an acquisition process, which I think the statistics already show are taking far longer than they're supposed to. I can also point out from experience that in our Fruit Ridge Vista acquisition, we proposed rate increases in that acquisition for specific capital projects. The specific capital projects were to install rates in order to meet the state mandate was to install meters in order to meet the state mandate for metering by 2025. And we received tremendous pushback from the ratepayer advocate, who said that it was an inappropriate place to litigate that, and we should have had to have a full and robust rate case to go over all of those issues. And so instead of being able to address that capital project, which was necessary, we were able to get approval for a memorandum account so it could be addressed later. And then another sort of curious thing.
Sorry to step in, but
want to cut me off?
Things up. Yeah, sorry about that.
I was just going to say one very curious. Well, and if you look, and I know Lori's pointed to decision 20-08-047, it specifically talks about how one of the issues there was asking whether the commission should consider consolidations outside the GRCs, and it was determined unequivocally that yes, it should. So I'll wrap it up there. I apologize for going over. I just sort of had a lot of things to try to hit on.
Yep, no worries. And, there will be opportunities for written comments after this workshop as well.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Next person we have is Janice Hanna. You have the floor.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Janice Hanna, Director of Corporate Accounting and Regulatory Affairs for Del Oro Water Company, a Class B water utility. I would like to address rate impact being examined when reviewing an acquisition. Del Oro Water has acquired several small water utilities during the past few years, and we have found that several of these utilities were not metered and nor had any water production been measured. Establishing rates at the time of the acquisition for these utilities would have been very difficult. Many of the smaller water utilities and failing utilities that fall under the state's consolidation requirements have these two issues, along with capital improvement needs. Decisions from the Commission for these acquisitions gave Del Oro and our new customers a year before any changes from their current rates could be made through general rate case process. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice. I don't see any other hands currently raised. If there is anyone, any other party that would like to speak, please raise your hand. If not, I guess we can wrap things up and move towards public comment. Okay, and then again, public comment. Please use the raise hand feature to request to speak, and then you'll have about a minute to speak. I see Suzanne Chavon with her hands raised.
Show my ignorance because I don't know all the complexities of what you're talking about. I'm simply a ratepayer. And I know what we have to pay for water on the Monterey Peninsula. I just got my bill this month for about a little over 4,000 gallons, and it was $147. It will go up now over summer to a lot of money. I'm on a fixed income. I just feel like this discussion about acquisitions and the way the rule of law is written is simply encouraging monopoly. And I don't know why the state of California in its legislation has decided to move it this way. I get trying to buy smaller systems and rescue them and make that a right to water for people. I get that a business would want to acquire whatever it could to increase its assets. I understand that. But it seems like the little ratepayers get to foot the bill for everything. And if I were a businessman and getting more and more acquisitions, I'd feel pretty darn good about this law, because even if I don't profit from it immediately, I'm building a bigger and bigger company, and that's going to take my company into a higher and higher profit margin at some point. And I don't know why the law is written the way it is, but I do feel that in the way things are, the little guy, the little ratepayers who don't have a lot of money and are simply struggling along trying to make it, really don't have a voice, and we really don't have any way to modulate that system. So I hope you'll find a way to make it a fairer system. I don't know how you're going to do that, but I hope you will. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. I don't see any other hands raised. If that's the case, then I'll hand it back to Terrence.
All right. Thank you, Kevin.
Sorry to interrupt. There's one more hand, Jennifer Lukens.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Francisco.
Lukens Brothers Water Company. I just wanted to make just a couple of comments regarding small water systems. So I'm going to just go through really quick. So gain on sale changes can only hurt small companies. It takes away their earnings. We've worked long and hard to reinvest in our systems, and any return from a sale should be ours. Class A's really aren't in the business of selling their systems. They're in the business of buying systems. It's only small systems that are interested in selling at this point. So those are just some points I want to make that I mean, it sounds like it's a policy based on one situation and not on the entire industry of small water systems. So I think taking a closer look at some of the smaller systems in East Pasadena would be very impertinent to this rate making or rulemaking. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Okay.
All right, we'll do one last call just to make sure we didn't miss anyone. And thank you, Jen, for speaking up on behalf of small water companies again. We'll just give it a minute here and see if there's any other hands raised. Although it's public comment session, we acknowledge that parties have had the opportunity to comment as well. We also acknowledge that there's opportunity through the written comment portion of our workshops to address comments as well as reply comments to the workshops itself. All right, seeing no other takers for this last call, I will happily begin winding this workshop process down. And I did appreciate the comments given in this afternoon session. I know the only application of the hockey stick analogy here was the length and time of comments, but that was of course due to, I can tell, the interest of the respective parties, the interest of respective commenters on these important issues of ratepayer impact. So that really helps guide and shed more light to the importance of the decision-making process and how we build a record of this proceeding. But with that, we'll go forward with closing out this specific workshop by first handing it off to Commissioner Shroma for any closing remarks.
Well, thank you, Terrence, and thank you to all of our panelists, the parties, the members of the public who commented today. As Terrence outlined, there's an opportunity to submit comments after this workshop. I don't know if it's a deadline, Terrence, for that. Is there a deadline?
Not just yet. We'll
Okay,
issue a
okay.
ruling and so forth.
Okay. And the other thing that I also want to point out too is that the there will be a workshop summary that is compiled by Terrence and his staff. And then there'll be an opportunity for the parties and members of the public to react to that workshop summary. So there's more than one way to assure that we have heard what you would like to say. In the meantime, I would also like to thank my Bagley Keene partner, Commissioner Houck, her advisor, Victor Smith, Judge Gerald Kelly, who has been listening thoughtfully to the workshop, and from our legal division, Attorney Carrie Ann Shepard, from the Water Division, and our division director, Terrence Shea. Many thanks to you and your team, Kevin Viet Trong, Jefferson Hancock, Eustace Ednacott, Madi Jahami, and Allison Pafford. And from my office, my Chief of Staff, Cheryl Wynn, and Advisor Rita Mirza. I'd like to give a big thanks to our information technology team, our audiovisual team, Francisco Hernandez, Jacob Willman, Jorge de Ocampo, Joseph Haga, and Robert Stanford. We couldn't run these workshops, which are rather complex, although the team makes it look easy. Couldn't do it without the support of the information technology audiovisual team. So there will be a fourth workshop. Stay tuned. For that, Judge Kelly would be issuing a workshop notice. It'll be in our daily calendar, and also stay tuned for the workshop summaries. So again, my deep appreciation to everyone. Thank you for thoughtfully answering my questions and the questions of the parties in the public, and really appreciate everyone's time today. Thank you, and back to you, Terrence.
Thank you, Commissioner Sharma. I appreciate you closing us out and really thanking the entire team and the background support. It really makes my job easy of not going through the full list of names. As you can tell, it's a large number of support that we can get this process moving smoothly. And as Commissioner Sharma stated, we will have the aforementioned workshop report provided by Water Division that will provide a summary of this workshop and allow for comments and reply comments to be made with the requisite timelines for those comments to be made. I understand this workshop process has gone through a virtual kind of record building process. I don't want to keep everyone here any longer, but thank you all for your participation and helping us move this proceeding along. So with that, I'd like to close out this third workshop and thank you all for your participation. Thank you all so much. Please take care.